And I hope the meeting doesn't last all that long, but to begin the meeting, let's please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I think I know this by now. Okay. We do have a quorum, and as I mentioned, we do expect the other directors to join us, and both have announced the fact that they would be a little late. Do we have a report from closed session?
No closed session, nothing to report.
Thank you. Do we have a Sheriff's Department report? A member from the Sheriff's Department? Okay, seeing none. If I do see the Sheriff's Department come in, I might invite them to give us an update. A Fire Department report, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the board. This last month has been one of the big months for the fire department. Fire Prevention Week occurred, and I don't know if any of you had a chance to interact with our crews, but we were out doing public education events at the school. We hosted a chipping event, which was very successful. 4.6 tons of brush was chipped this year. And I want to put a shout out to our local CERT team who helped us tremendously, and the San Luis Obispo County Fire Safe Council, who funded the event with grant funds. So it was a good event. We hopefully can make that an annual thing this year, get more publicity out and make that even better in the years to come. There's been a considerable amount of attention that's been given to the right-of-way on Highway 1 between Cambria Road and Windsor, behind the businesses there on West Village, and trying to put together a project to clear that. Currently, I have a partnership between the Cambria Tourism Board and the San Luis Obispo County Fire Safe Council and the 3 Cs to take on that project and have it funded with grant money as well. We're hung up a little bit with Caltrans, trying to get them to the plate to make it a priority. I'm just going to keep pushing away at it until hopefully we can get that taken care of. We started the concept of trying to get that done back when we had the Amgen tour here last spring, so it's been a while coming. So probably the only other thing that I have to report on today is I had a very good conversation with General Manager Gruber this morning in reference to our strategic plan for the fire department and trying to bring that out and move that forward. And we're possibly looking at November, December to make that happen. Maybe present it out in November and give a chance to read through it, and then maybe address some of it in the December meeting. So with that, if there's any questions anybody has, I'd be happy to answer them.
When you talk about the clearing, are you talking about on Caltrans' side of the fence or our side of the fence?
Caltrans' side of the fence.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think that if we get the momentum going there, if there's anything that needs to be taken care of there, I think the local merchants are on board enough that where they would want to take care of the stuff that's on this side of the fence, or on the business side.
Director Rice?
We had talked last month about the possibility of doing a educational kind of workshop town group gathering type thing about fire and plans for how people should be thinking about evacuating and what the fire department is already prepared for and that kind of thing to help people out, since it is a huge fire risk right now with the super, super dry vegetation and not a whole lot of water to deal
Yeah.
with it. Did we get anywhere yet? on
I'm
that?
glad that you brought that up. What we've done is we've put together a couple of areas, little kiosk locations where we have our evacuation plans available. The most successful of those being at the Cookie Crock. People that come in for their groceries, there's a table there. We have one of our volunteers that is employed there and is able to keep us up to date on when we get low on certain materials there. We keep that stock. That's been really good. The problem that we're going to run into fairly soon is I'm getting ready to run out of a lot of our evacuation plan materials, our brochures and stuff. We had those done with a grant that we received. We had pre-fire attack plans and those brochures that were awarded to us. There was $12,000 that we received from the county for hosting the Wildland Urban Interface drill. I don't know if you remember that, where we had the town involved with that back a few years. I'm going to have to address that some way. We still have all of the files in the computer and the ability to recreate those, but we'll have to look for some funding to possibly print up a bunch more of those because we're running out. But any ideas that anybody has, I think it's a great idea to bring that to the public at a board meeting if there's time to address it. We do have issues if we get into an evacuation situation, depending on how much time there would be and where the fire's at, you know, and it's all variable. That's, you know, there's no black and white answer to what you do. You know, if it was that easy to say, in the scenario where we're going to evacuate, you do A, and you leave this way and you do that, it would be very easy, but it's variable depending on wind direction, fire location, the speed of the fire. It may be a situation where we're not able to get the town evacuated. So there's a lot of issues that need to be dealt with by individuals in their particular location of where they're at and to figure out what they're going to do for different scenarios. So it definitely is worthy of probably bringing to a, you know,
I know I personally would like to know what the fire department already has planned for themselves and that kind of thing. And I know there's also been different, obviously you've at least considered, but it's probably written down somewhere about evacuation depending on the scenario. It might be an opportunity for us to reach out to the community and have an evening time. If I don't even know if their schedule would allow it, but since there isn't a fire right now, hopefully it stays
yeah,
that way.
hopefully we get rain Saturday. I heard 50% chance.
Fingers crossed, yeah. But it would be really nice. I don't know if it's something that we have time available at the Vets Hall. General Manager, do we have some way that we could maybe do something like that before the fire season's totally over? I know it would help a lot of folks that are afraid about fire to be planned.
I'll work with Chief on that. That's one of the things we did briefly talk about this morning, and it's something that the board asked me to do. So I'll work with Chief. We're receptive to that. Doing something in the evening.
And just for everyone's information, I believe that we have the evacuation plan documents available at all of the board meetings at the table out in the lobby that are there. And that has a lot of information in it where safety zones are. You know, if you can't get out, go to a safety zone. And most of those safety zones are going to involve heading toward the water, heading
Right.
down out of the forest down toward the ocean.
Yeah.
But those are designated. There's certain areas that are designated and shelter areas that are outlined on there. So, and then there are some steps. You know, there's basic information that's on there. It won't replace the actual dialogue that we could have to
Which is
discuss
why
it.
I'd like to have it. So
Yeah,
that'd be good.
it's good. It's a good document to review, and that was the one that I was referring to that we're probably going to need to look at somehow getting reprinted again. So,
Thank you, Chief, and I also concur the fact that that should be a high priority to reprint something that's already there. I don't like printing things that people don't pick up, but it's clear that people are picking this information up. And I also concur with Director Rice as far as having some kind of an evening event where everybody is joining us. Perhaps mid-November would make some sense. We have a lot of updates we can do then, too.
That might work well with a review of our strategic plan and put that into play at one time. I don't know.
We'll see what the
It's a
general
thought.
manager thinks. And
Yeah.
thank you, Chief. And I also have a slip for someone to speak on 2B. Ms. Webb.
Mary Webb, Cambria. I understand that Chief Miller might be retiring next year, so I just wanted to say also that we're really going to miss him. I thought I actually heard grumbling in the audience that it might rain Saturday 50%, and I hope that's not true because I thought that would have like elicited a big hip hip hooray.
Yeah.
So my question is for Chief Miller that I am hearing a rumor that at least $10,000 was cut from the fire department budget this last year. And that possibly was, the money that we're paying the public information officer for. So I wondered if that 10,000 or what the amount is that's been cut from the fire department budget, whether that is affecting the North Coast Ocean Rescue or just specifically the fire department. And then I'd like Chief Miller to answer whether desalination is an answer for fighting fire. Bob Putney, Chief Putney, finally did correct all those rumors a couple of years ago, but I'd like Chief Miller to weigh in on whether this brackish water project helps us fight fires. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Chief, I think those questions should be answered, or could be answered.
Well, I'll take them one at a time. First of all, there was a question on the budget. We've taken some hits on the budget. There's been considerable belt tightening throughout the district. The amount of $10,000, I don't believe, is an accurate number of how much money has been eliminated, but we took considerable hits on our budget, and it's understandable with a lot of the stuff that we're trying to accomplish right now. And times are tough. Times are tough for everybody. So, would we like to have more money in our budget? Absolutely. If we can figure out a way to do that, I would be all in favor of it. The desal project, I'm in favor of any type of a project that's going to give us a reliable water supply. This idea. The idea that we could potentially run the town out of water by pumping a fire doesn't set real well with me. We've done some proactive things in this community that I think have helped considerably in our aggressive sprinkler ordinances that will save water. Sometimes there's a misconception that if you put in a sprinkler system, you're using water. That is not the case. Typical fire with in a sprinklered building is controlled by one sprinkler head that's 13 gallons a minute. That's much less water than we would pump on a house fire that's out of control. I mean, we can flow up to 50, 60,000 gallons, without batting an eye on a typical house fire that's out. So we've done some proactive things. I am totally in favor of anything that's going to get us a solid water supply that we can rely on. There's other issues involved with not having water, which comes in play when we're testing, when we're doing new construction, people who are sprinkling buildings. We can't flush fire lines. There's a lot of things. We can't test hydrants. We can't maintain our hydrants the way we would like to because we can't flush. There's a lot of issues involved with not having water for a fire department. So I'm in favor of any project that's going to bring a solid, reliable source to the community.
And Chief, I'm sure you've discussed with Mr. Gruber, and the general manager and I have had many discussions. In fact, we purchased some bladders after taking a look at Clyde Warren's property. He has some bladders that hold 220,000 gallons each, and we purchased a couple. And if we could have that store potable water in the Fiscalini area, we could have several acre feet of water available to us for firefighting and other storage without having to have permits and everything else.
Yeah.
So the bladder storage is, I think you would have supported quite a bit, and we should continue that dialogue with the chief.
Yeah, absolutely, and I've had discussions with CAL FIRE as well about trying to maybe place some bladder tanks around to where we have some water available, you know, if something does break out in town, so.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, Chief. And we have one person that Mr. Blanc wants to speak on item 2B. The fire chief's getting some attention here.
A fire is a real crisis in this town. I'm Lou Blanc, former board member from the late 90s, registered geologist and geophysicist, certified engineering geologist and hydrogeologist. And I just wanted to reiterate what Chief Putney said, is that the water storage we have in this town would totally run out if we had 5 houses on fire in a wildfire. And once those 5 houses were on fire, we'd have no water left in our tank storage. We would run out of water, and the town would burn down. So we could all go down to the beach and watch it burn down. So the problem from fire is storage, and that reverse osmosis does not generate water fast enough to put a fire out. So that's not solving our fire problem in any way, shape, or form.
Okay.
So it's a serious problem in this town, and what we need is storage. And if we had a open storage reservoir, the CDF or the CAL FIRE helicopters could dip out of that, and that would help them control the wildfire. So there are solutions for this town that solve a lot of our problems. I'm really sorry we're not implementing those.
Thank you. Yeah, sure. Chief, a rebuttal would be great.
I agree with what Mr. Blanc said about water storage. Obviously, the more water storage we have, the better off we're going to be. There's one other factor that needs to be taken into consideration, and that's the fire department's ability to deliver the amount of water that it would take to put out 5 houses. I contend that if we're at the point where we've got 5 houses on fire, we've outrun our resources here. If we get beyond one structure fire here with the resources we have in this town, we've outstripped our ability to fight fire, to deliver the water onto the fire at that point. The nearest resources for mutual aid that will respond here are at least a half an hour out. With the conditions that we have now, the point could be moot. It could be game, set, match if it gets to that intensity. If we can't control the fire with our initial response with what we have, which is one engine that's capable of deploying a single hose line right now, and then CAL FIRE coming behind us with a Type 3 engine and their ability to be here for one thing and to combine with us to control it immediately. And all prevention efforts that we do, such as sprinklering, fuel breaks, and that kind of thing. That's where we're at with it, so.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, public. Now, we'll move on to item 3, and welcome Director Thompson. We'll have a presentation from San Luis Obispo County regarding gray water systems and rainwater catchment systems. General Manager.
Thank you, President Berenger and board members. We're fortunate enough to have Maleddin Bandon, a PE, who is a civil engineer and above-grade engineering, and also Barry Toll, who's the environmental support specialist for the county, to come up and talk to the board and the community a little bit about rainwater catchment and brackish water systems. Also, just want to thank the staff. They're extremely busy too, and I think this says a lot for the relationship that the Cambria Community Services District has with the county folks. And we continue to build and nurture that relationship at all levels. And so I reached out to their direct supervisor and asked them if they could come and give a presentation to the community, and he was more than happy to do that. And that's the kind of commitment that we have on both of our parts. And so I really appreciate the county and their staff being able to come up and give a presentation to the community. I don't know if they want to use the clicker or the pointer or okay, and if you might want to step up to the podium so AGP can hear you from the microphone, but thank you very much for coming.
Good afternoon, President Bowringer and members of the board. My name is Barry Toll. I'm the on-site wastewater specialist for the County of San Luis Obispo. And today, between me and Blandon Mandop, we're going to be talking about gray water and rain catchment. I'm going to be giving the regulation part of the presentation, and then Blandon will be telling you about what you can and the different kinds of things you can put in your yard. So, do we all remember when Yosemite Falls used to look like that? Which way should I point it? Back of the room? Okay, there we go. So there are 3 chapters in the California Plumbing Code that address alternative water systems. The first one is Chapter 16. That's the one that covers gray water systems. 16A covers non-potable water reuse, in other words, the recycled water that comes in purple pipe. And Chapter 17 addresses rainwater catchment systems. Okay, so what is gray water? Gray water is water that's collected from washing machines, laboratory sinks, bathtubs, and showers. Gray water does not come from kitchen sinks because kitchen sinks have grease products and food particles, and they just make the water go even worse than what it already is. And washing machines that are used for cleaning diapers cannot be used as gray water. Okay, next slide. For gray water that's being used underground, you do not need to have any kind of treatment. Gray water can also be released on top of the ground as long as you have either mulch or rock or some kind of a soil cover over the top of it. But, next slide. But don't let gray water pond on your property, and don't let your neighbors catch you, because they'll turn you in. So untreated gray water cannot be used for spray irrigation. It has to stay underground. And it cannot be discharged into ponds, streams, or storm drains. And it needs to stay on the same property that it came from. Now, if you have a property next door and you're doing landscaping on it and you want the gray water to go there, just tell us that and we'll probably say, yeah, that's fine. Next slide. All gray water systems need to have a diverter valve. So if you do hit a winter time when it's really wet and you need to divert that water back to the sewer, you can do that. Otherwise, you're going to end up with a whole lot of gray water that you're not going to be able to use. You should never have human contact with gray water any more than you need to, because there is always the chance of infectious material being in there. And gray water should never contain hazardous chemicals or cleaning solvents. Next slide. There are 3 types of gray water systems in the code. First one is a closed washer system. It does not require a permit. A simple system discharges less than 250 gallons, and it does require a permit. And a complex system discharges more than 250 gallons per day, and it also requires a permit. Next slide. This is a drawing of a simple closed washer system. As you can see, where the hose would normally go into the sewer, it now goes up to a diverter valve, and you can turn it to either go out to the sewer or septic, or out to a sump or a mulch basin. Next slide. This is the simplest kind of thing you can do in the backyard. It is a typical sump. It's 4 feet by 4 feet by 6 feet. It's filled with rock. The pipe comes in, it's perforated, and then you have a breather tube coming out of the top. And basically, this is just used for recharging the groundwater. Next slide. Mulch basins are areas that have been carved out of the ground. They have been mounded, and you put your plants around the sides, and then you fill the center in with mulch or rock and then you have your pipe go into that, and then the water spreads out into the plants. Next slide. And this is what a typical mulched watering moat looks like. You can see on the left where the pipe comes in. They're at a minimum of 18 inches high. And then on the tops where the berms are, that's where you plant the plants. Next slide. Here's one that we don't really like the idea because she's actually handling the gray water. But you could have the water come out of the clothes dryer, go into a holding tank outside, and then have a spigot on it. And make sure that it's properly marked, non-potable gray water. And then you can fill up buckets and you can go around and do like trees or bushes or whatever you wanted to do that way. That would be like the least expensive way to go. Next slide. And this is a larger mulch basin, and you see the large pipe bringing the water in from the washing machine, goes into a bucket, and then from the bucket it spreads out into 6 lines that are about a ½ inch, and each one has holes drilled in it. And at the end of each one of those lines, there's a little rock grouping there that kind of, in case you have oversplash, it's not going to tear the mulch basin up. And then that whole thing's covered with either rock or gorilla hair or whatever else you want to put on it. Next slide. Okay, so a simple system, this is where you start getting into money. It requires a construction permit. And for a simple system, we're probably talking $267 for a simple permit. You need to have a complete diagram of all the components for the system. You need to have an operation and maintenance manual. The new code is really pushing this operation and maintenance thing. They want to make sure that if you build it, you've got something there that you can read to tell you how to fix it. And they want that to move on to the next property as well. And that's that bottom one there. You need to have a deed restriction for the property saying that the operation and maintenance manual will stay with the house when it's sold. Next slide. Complex system, basically the same guidelines for that as with the simple system, except that a complex system is probably going to be closer to $300 to possibly $500 for a permit, depending on how elaborate it is and how many inspections we have to make. Next slide. So here are some of the gray water rules. The system should be designed to hold the maximum flow for the day. So if you're one of the type of people that like to do laundry, like 3 or 4 loads in one day, if you're going to have a gray water system, it might be best to spread those loads out over the course of the week so you don't have a huge amount of water going into the system at once, and you can spread it out and use it more efficiently. Gray water shall have no unprotected connections to potable water supplies, and that goes without saying. And as we said before, it should stay on the same lot that it came from, and it all needs to be marked, gray water system, caution, unsafe water. Next slide. Now, the new code also allows you to reuse gray water inside the house for flushing toilets, for urinals, and for pipe trap primers for floor drains. But the water has to be treated, and it has to meet NSF 350 standards. Next slide. So we have 2 classes here. Class R is for residential, Class C is for commercial. The top 2 things, the CBOD and the TSS, that's for actually for regular wastewater flows that have to go through a huge amount of treatment in order to be used this way. But the things we're most interested in is the turbidity level. The NTU stands for nephiliatic turbidity units or something like that. But the main thing you need to worry about is that water, when you look at it, is almost sparkling clear, but not quite sparkling clear. For E. coli, the count needs to be below 14 MPN, which is a plate count when somebody's looking at a number of colonies under the plate. If they have more than 14 in a colony, that's what your most probable number is for 100 milliliters. And that has to be tested at a laboratory. pH has to be between 6 and 9, and chlorine level needs to be between 0.5 and 2.5 milligrams per liter. So in other words, the system has to have a chlorinator, or it has to have an ultraviolet light system. And for an ultraviolet light system, it's the amount of contact time that the water has with the light that we need to make sure is right. And that is normally set by the the manufacturers of the system. Next slide. Okay, again, this requires a permit. Shall not have any unprotected connections to potable water supplies. It requires a complete plumbing plan, and we need to come in and do a cross-connection test. So you need to charge up your potable water supply, shut off the gray water supply. We got to make sure that there's no water going into that system, and then we do the opposite. We turn off the potable water supply, turn on the gray water supply, and make sure none of that water from the non-potable supply is going into the gray water side. If you're a commercial system, this has to be done every year. For a residence, it only has to be done once. And all the components that go into the system have to be approved by our department. Next slide. These are the minimum setbacks for gray water systems. This is kind of hard to read. At the end of this lecture, I'm going to give you a link to our webpage, and you can go to that and you can check out the code and read what all the setbacks are. Next slide. This is the minimum amount of testing and inspection you have to do for a gray water system. So remember before we were talking about the maintenance manual you had to have? You can pretty much cut and paste from these things right here and put that into your guide, and we'll be good with it. Next slide. Okay, do you have purple pipe? You don't have recycled water from the...
We have purple pipe on Moonstone Beach Drive that's not hooked up,
It's not hooked up.
but it is along the roadway.
Okay, so with that system, we will only permit commercial systems with that. And it requires, you really have to do a whole lot of planning and show us these incredible plot plans and everything else. We want to make sure there's absolutely no chance of any backflows or cross connections or anything else with that. And like I said before, when you do the cross connection testing, not only you do it the first time, but it has to be done every year after that. And that's all I'm going to say about this, because you're probably more interested in what you can do in your backyard. Next slide.
That's more efficient.
It is more efficient. And so when it finally rains, next slide. Okay, for an exterior rainwater catchment system in a tank 5,000 gallons or less that sits on the grade where the water goes underground and doesn't come up to the surface, you do not need to have a permit. Next slide. Okay. If you have, here's a good example. Here's a 5,000 gallon tank that you can put in your backyard. If it sits on grade, if it's the water that's used in this tank is staying underwater or underground and not coming up to the surface, and it doesn't have any electricity or pump, then you don't need to have a permit for that tank. So it has to be gravity fed. But the caveat is it has to stay underground. Next slide. Now, if you have a tank that's 360 gallons or less, because there's less holding time, the water stays clearer, you can actually use that for spray irrigation. Next slide. And this would be the typical rain barrel that you would have in your house, and it has the spigot at the bottom, and you can take that water and you can spray all your growies with it, and that you'll be fine. And that's probably a 55-gallon barrel, so you could have at least, 6 of those, and you can use those above ground without any treatment. Next slide. Systems that require permitting are rainwater systems that go rainwater that is used inside the house for trap primers, for flushing toilets, or for urinals. Any underground catchment system has to be permitted. Anyone that's requiring electricity, has a pump, needs makeup water because you would have to worry about backflow device. Next slide. And here is a 10,000-gallon fiberglass tank, and you can tell by next to the tractor that's a huge tank. But I think Madden, when he tells you about how to calculate how much water you're going to be getting off your roof, that's actually not a big tank for the amount of water you can get. We have one of these that's in right now. It went in a house in Los Osos, and it's about a 2.5-acre house, and that was the first thing they put in, and it made a mess. I mean, just because they had to tear up so much ground to put it in. So if you're on a small lot, you're probably not going to want to go that way. Next slide. All rainwater systems have to be properly labeled, and that's the color and the right wordage for it. Caution, non-potable rainwater, and do not drink. Next slide. Here are the minimum rainwater treatments, and these are kind of interesting. Almost every one of these will say debris excluder, and a debris excluder is like a little trap up on the rain gutters that helps to catch leaves and garbage and won't let it go into the system. So if you want to wash your car, you don't have to treat the water. If you want to use the water subsurface or drip irrigation, you don't have to treat the water, but it should have a 100-micron filter on it, because when you're going down the line and those drip lines, they get really, really small, and you don't want any big particles going down there. Spray irrigation, again, just a debris excluder that doesn't have to be treated with rainwater. And when you start to get into the urinal flushing and the toilet flushing, then you need to treat the water. It needs to have a 100-micron filter, and here the E. coli count needs to be less than 100 CFUs, so it can be a little higher than with regular gray water. Same thing with ornamental fountains, and same thing with cooling water towers. Next slide. So this is our county page, and we have links to both green build design, and we also have links to the codes that we just talked about. Unfortunately, I did not bring a cards with me today to hand out, and I'm really upset about that, because I was hoping to give you all cards and you can all look it up, but I blew it. Anyway, my telephone number is 781-5628 if you have any questions. And now I'm going to hand it over to Mladen, who's going to talk about the things you can do with gray water.
Hi, my name is Mladen Bandov. I work with Above Grade Engineering in San Luis Obispo. I also am a member of Slow Green Build. And Slow Green Build is a nonprofit organization that has put out guides on rainwater, gray water, low impact development. And we have guides available here. Paul Rose, the president, is here that are available for with a $10 or $5 donation for that. And I'm going to go quick just to save on time. I do have a lot of slides, so I'm going to flip through them quickly, but I do also have informational flyers if anyone is interested in learning more or has a project that they'd like to do with them, and feel free to pick that up. What I'm going to present here is for the homeowner, for the residents. We do commercial work, which does require more design, but for the homeowner, I'm going to tell you what you can do. Barry has provided all the regulations, and those are there to protect your health, but we also want to be environmentally conscious and save water at the same time. So where we fit and where this presentation lies is in between protecting public health and minimizing exposure to contaminants and viruses and such, and also conserving water at the same time. All right. So this is not what we want to get to, but it kind of seems like we're already there. There's a lot of options that you can use and you can do to save and conserve water, which I'm sure everyone is already doing right now. I'm going to focus on the rainwater harvesting and the gray water. I'm going to talk about gray water first, and then talk about rainwater, and then I'm going to close it up with a concept called net zero water. So on the Central Coast, to get a sense of how much water we actually use, regions 1, 2, 3, and 4 along the coast, regions 5, 6, and 7 are inland in the valley, and 9 and 10 are kind of more desert, and we're on the coast here. When you look at the water use, here we go. When you look at the water use across the board, and this is gallons per capita per day, you see the indoor use is pretty much, next please. Here we are, region 3, and then next. When you draw a line across it, people use the same amount of water no matter where they're at. And then you have, next, 60 gallons per day per person, next. And then 40 gallons per day is what our outdoor use is. And as you can see, 1, 2, 3, and 4 along the coast, we use about 40, 5, 6, 7 along in the inlands, use a bit more, and then almost the desert areas use almost 2.5 times what our indoor use is. So if you break down the indoor water use into gray water and black water being toilet and kitchen waste by definition, the gray water is more than half, and that water can be used for that 40-gallon outdoor use that we saw. So gray water, okay, so I'm gonna go quickly here. You've got your kitchens, sink and bathtub, and gray water is not the purple pipe recycled water, right? That Title 22, that recycled water is a clean product. If you talk to anyone who produces that, they're very proud of it. It is I wouldn't drink it, but it has been tested and it's very clean to a level that's useful for irrigation and other purposes. Gray water is more dirty, but it can be useful in the landscape. All right, so we have in the standard bathroom and the washing machine can be captured. We got a toilet. This is the simplest system you can use. Just rinse your hands on the faucet, go down into the toilet basin. And then you've got another system. This is called the Aquas. The local plumbers here, I know Justin Smith, Potter Plumbing, has this or has installed a few of these. This sits right underneath the sink, goes straight into the toilet. There's another use there. But for most gray water usage, the problem is that everything is connected into one pipe. So the first thing you have to do is to do something called dual plumbing. Okay, next. And dual plumbing separates the lines underneath the pipe. And this is where, Barry, if you cut any pipes, basically you need a permit. Okay. The two components that you need is the diverter valve and the backwater valve. And here's Sems & Company got the first permitted system in Atascadero. And here's their three-way valve and their backwater valve. They're basically their check valve. And what you want to do is you want to pull that material outside of the house. And here's another installation using a Jandy Neverlube. It's a spa valve, but it also can be used for this purpose. I don't know if that's required or allowable here per code, but this is what a common installation is nowadays. All right, so the basics: no storage, no spraying, no surfacing, 2 inches minimum cover. No connection to potable water, must stay on the property. It's got to be switchable to the sewer. It can handle the surges and has minimized contact. And then if you use it for landscape, as long as it doesn't touch any edible part, like carrots, it can be used for your edible landscape, citrus trees and whatnot. And then all the soil must absorb it. So you got to make sure you have good soils. All right, and then this is the manual that we have available, also available online. All right, starting from the top, the simplest, the laundry landscape, which Barry already talked about, no permit is needed. You go to a mulch and a branch drain system, a mini leach line or drip system, and then a treatment for indoor use. So again, the simplest thing is to disconnect that standpipe and then connect it with a three-way valve and a vacuum relief, an air admittance valve. And here's what one looks like here. That's a very simple system, costs $100, perfect for retrofits. Have the sewer go into the standpipe, and it's got the air gap that gives it that no cross connection. Very simple system to do. Green Goods in San Luis Obispo has installed a few of these as well, and go right out into your mulch basins to your trees. Anyone can do this if you have a washing machine. Anyone have one of these? Okay, now you will. All right. All right, so mulch basin, just mulch. Just make sure it doesn't surface. The next. And then you can also branch it out and let it gravity free flow to different mulch trees and shrubberies. And then you can also put a pot underneath, turn a pot upside down and let it go into a mulch basin that way. That way it's easy to clean out. And here's what one looks like being installed. And then here's another one that looks like as it comes out. And then if you do a branch system, you're basically coming out, you're not putting any tankage, you're using the pipe tankage in the mulch basin as your surge capacity. and you're using the flows of the pipe to split the flows into different areas. The only problem with this is it takes a long time to make sure it's level. So you're paying a contractor or you're doing it yourself, and it takes a while to make sure it's, everything flows and splits the way you want it to flow. You can also make little mini leach trenches, which are just shallow leach trenches. Again, 2-inch minimum cover. You can do a swale as long as it's not ponding and doesn't outflow onto another property. And if you want a surge tank, there's just a few different rules for it. You need to have a valve and an overflow. And here's a complex one, but nonetheless. And then if you want to put a pump in, you can put a pump as well, and there's rules governing that. Again, if you put a pump in something like this, you will need a permit. This is that simple or complex, depending on how much flow you have. And this is another system called Aqua to Use. It's got the diverter valve, the throughway valve, some filter, and a pump all set in one unit. Again, Justin Smith, I know, has installed a few of these. And then, depending on what kind of hose and drip irrigation, don't use standard drip irrigation. You will clog the drip emitters. You need something pretty open or an open end pipe. People installed back in the 90s the drip systems and clogged up all their drip emitters for that. And then if you want to filter it so that it doesn't clog, and you say you're using it for a lawn, you need to run it through some sort of filtration, sand filter here and a bag filter, more complex. And then you lay it underneath the lawn, and that's how you can irrigate a lawn with gray water. It's got to be treated so that the emitters don't clog. And then you can get fancier and fancier and keep going up from there. All right, rainwater. Gray water is a great resource because it's a constant supply, and it's there, and it's very easy, and the landscape, well, the gray, right, if you're using water. But rainwater, if you're not, you have to pray, you have to hope for it. The first thing you want to do is just grade your site to capture any rainwater, create a sponge for your landscape. That's the first thing you want to do. And that way the water stays on site when it does rain. And then you just kind of create rain gardens, let the water flow. This is we call this low impact development, but this is really rainwater harvesting in its most basic sense. And then you can put a tank in and let that go out. And then what you want to look at is you want to see, this is a 2-year average from my house, what we used for 3 people. And you can see the peaks in the summer times and the leveling back out in the winter time. And so you just want to take a look at this and see what's your, that bulk above the baseline is what your irrigation usage is. Anyone ever look at your water bill? Okay. Is it just like a flat 0 line? Okay. And then you just want to keep looking at that. And this is in Paso, right? And this is a 400 square foot lawn. They're pretty much paying above their baseline $200, $300 for just per year irrigating. And then you want to look at the rain, right? You want to look at see how much rain you get. Right now we're at the bottom end over here, but it will spike up, we hope. You can calculate, simple calculation, inches per year times 0.6 times square feet of roof gives you gallons per year. And then you want to look at your roof surface. Metal's the best. You don't want anything asphalt. Shingles will kind of leach into the storage unit or the tank. You want to look at keeping debris and leaves out. I see some needles here. It's kind of big here, huh? You want to account for that. The leaf diverter. This is that kind of first flush, first filter unit. These are available. Loomis Tanks has these. Let's see, who else? And then they just mount on the side of the wall or up by the gutter. And then that first flush kind of gives you a clean, takes out that first initial sediment from the roof and eventually pours out on its own, or you open up a valve and let it flush out. And how it works is there's usually a bubble or something that floats up, and that contaminated first flush gets held while the rest of the clean water continues into the tank. And then if you need to go underneath like from a roof, you can have something called a wet pipe, and then it comes back up, but water stays in that pipe if you don't want to do a cross from your roof to your tank situation. That's possible. And then again, barrels are the simplest form. And there's just a few things you might want to lift it up a little bit so you can get some gravity flow. Strap it for earthquake safety. Make sure the screens are on it. Anyone have rain barrels? Okay, yeah. And then you can combine them. This is up at the Cambria Pines lot. No, the camp up here. Camp Ocean Pines. Thank you. And so you can, and if you want to go visit that, that's a great example to go up there and see. And I think Slow Greenbuild put that in. And then you can get a little more fancy. And then you can get bigger. I'm just going to go through a bunch of different tanks here, just going to give you an idea of all the different flavors and different sizes. This is in Los Osos. It's up on a base. It's connected. It's got the first flush and everything. And then the overflow. And then you can get art creative with it, get big with it. Steel's nice when you start getting in that size range. Then you can get Art Deco. If you have limited space, these little modular units are 50 gallons a piece. They hook up really nicely together. These are called hogs. You can connect them. And then you've got all the different components, what you do with the water afterwards. You can let it gravity flow. You can put a pump. From here is just a regular pump, whether it's a pressure pump or a bladder pump. And then, of course, an underground tank. And then these units are three-dimensional storage units that can fit under a constrained space. And then they usually stack and very easily to put in. You don't have to buy a big, huge tank, but you can be a little modular with it. And then the bladder, this is the cheapest option by far. Just put it under a deck or somewhere where if it does leak, it runs away from the house. And then if you do bring it inside, this is a UV filter with some cartridge filters. And this will probably meet the requirement for using it to flush your toilets or other, or spraying or other uses. And then you just want to plan out your site when you do it, just so you know what you're doing. And then from rainwater and gray water, just to give a holistic view, just 1 or 2 more minutes here. Oh, sorry. That's yeah, here it is. So you look at all the different sources of water. You start from rainwater, potable water, municipal water, groundwater wells, and you trickle down through the different stages. And each usage is a little slightly dirtier, but can be used for the next stage, maybe with even some treatment. And then hopefully that recycles all back together. And then you've got some solid waste down here with compostable toilets. This is the vision, right, of net zero water. And you start at the top with everything, and then you can continue down all the different uses, and each one cascades into the next until we recharge or we evapotranspirate back out. And then we use the recycled purple pipe where we can. And so it's a holistic kind of idea of net zero water. And then hopefully the outcome is that we take this supply and demand and we turn it into something like this. And these are calculations that I came up with that would help reduce the water. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. I have a question or two, but before we do that, I have a public person to speak, Ms. Tina Dickinson.
Good afternoon, Board. Tina Dickinson, Cambria. I want to thank the two gentlemen who just gave us this really neat presentation. I have to wonder why it's so late coming. We could have used this not just 2 years ago, 3 years ago, but actually a decade or 2 decades ago. I also have to ask, I think it's wonderful. I've just replaced my front yard, which was already pretty much rock gravel. It had some shrubs. I've taken out almost all of the shrubs and had lava rock delivered. It is beautiful. It's amazing what you can do with rocks and some succulents. It's amazing. And people are stopping by and taking photos, and I can tell you, there's a way to go about it also, to re-landscape. Instead of thinking about lawns and roses, we need to rethink about how we landscape so that we are really using less and less water. I also have to wonder, though, with the promotion of this concept or these concepts, how the district is going to produce revenue. All of these concepts are wonderful, and I'm all for conservation, but I'm also wondering how you guys are going to be able to make your budget and pay the bills. I also have a couple of questions on why the purple pipe has still not been, we have a purple pipe, but why has that not been implemented? I also have to wonder why we've been talking about bladder systems for a good long time. Do we have any bladder systems implemented and actually available for use? Do we have any?
No.
We don't have any.
Oh.
But we've been talking about
Moving.
it, right? You guys have been talking about it. But it just doesn't make sense that we don't have the things in place that could be helpful. And yet yet the board has been on a march to growth, not on a march to conservation. And this is very difficult for me. The murmuring in behind me, you can murmur all you want, but I pay attention to what goes on in this town. And lifting the moratorium in a second year of drought and issuing, ready to issue, intend to serve as late as August, and only to find out 10 days later we were in a major, major crisis, is not something you should be hemming and hawing about, but paying attention to what's been going on here. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I'll bring it back to the board for any quick comments. I do have one quick question for Ms. Barry Tolley. When I built my house, I went to the county, and apparently this wasn't in effect, but maybe I'm wrong. When have these guidelines been finalized or developed?
Gray water systems have always been allowed for a long period of time, probably 10, 15 years, but the code has drastically changed since in 2009 they allowed more things to be done, and now in 2013 code they've allowed even more things to be done. The state knows there's some, the water situation is bad, and they want to try to help people find ways to make it better.
Okay, well, thank you. Mr. Cliff first, and then
I'll go.
Does the county have any plans within their planning and permitting and authority to require retrofit to gray water or new construction to gray water or rain catchment? All of these items, I take it right now, are voluntary by the homeowner or the builder.
Hang on just a second. I'm going to consult a source.
Is there a point in time where we're talking about actual regulatory requirements to have gray water systems, whatever?
Sylvia, is gray water part of the green building code? This is Sylvia O'Donnell. She works in our office also. She's a plan checker for the building department, and she's involved with the green build program.
Actually, right now we have where.
Go.
Sorry. Actually, right now, any kind of building permit that comes in has to have a retrofit where all the toilets, all of the labs, sinks need to be retrofitted to meet minimum code requirements, and that's per the Cal Green code right now. So we are already doing some retrofits right now for every single project that's coming in.
But gray water is not required yet.
right. But not gray water, okay. And
If I could ask
Director Rice.
before you go away too, then, when you say when they're coming in for permits or retrofitting, are you in that requirement? Does that mean you want them to start using some of the wonderful gray water systems that you're talking about? Not just the fixtures retrofitted to latest standards for California, like 2010, but you actually want to see them have some kind of gray water system?
Not at this time.
Not at this time. And then that goes to my second question, because certainly the things that you're sharing and the expertise you've gained on this is a real asset and a real resource for everyone in the county. At this time, and I don't know if you know this, in the county, about how many residential connections for water do we have in the whole county? No idea. I don't know either.
Yeah, we have no idea right now.
But then the second question was going to be, just in your experience, if you had a sense of, say, in the last 2 or 3 years, what percentage of residential, I mean, I'm just curious how many people have started making what seems to really make sense to this conversion?
You mean for the gray water?
Yes.
We have 4 permitted gray water systems in the whole county. And I know there's probably at least 100 more out there.
Well, I think the good news is certainly opportunity is knocking.
Yes, I do too.
Thank you very much.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on to item, and thank you so much. And moving on to item 4, before we start number 4, I do have a request to speak, and I think it's appropriate that we get the request first before we address the item. Ms. Mary Webb, item 4.
Mary Webb, Cambria, thank you for allowing me to speak. On the agenda review, we've been saying for many years down here that the manager's report has so many items in it that he speeds through it basically in 20 minutes, but all those items should actually be, a half an hour each item. So on behalf of the community, I really think we need one agenda item that's called the Emergency Water Project, so that item has its dedicated time to talk about the water project, not folded into a bunch of other conversations or folded into the district engineer's report, but an item itself that talks about the emergency water supply project, and underneath that, the expenditures for the project, so that we can have a really clear idea of where that $9 million is going. As you know, I've had major issues with what happened to the $9 million from Chevron. Basically, it disappeared, and this time, that's not going to happen. We're really going to hold you accountable. The other thing is on the agenda 7E, well, this is one of the things that brought it to my attention. You have consideration to approve initial operations and support for the emergency water supply project by CCI, I don't even know who that is, and authorize the general manager to execute an agreement for such services. So that item I would definitely like pulled so that we can hear who that is, what the amount is, what that really means. And the third thing is the expenditure report. I have questions on expenditures. For one is somebody named Judy Rollins, who I think we've spent money on before to come stay here at lodging. I don't know who Judy Rollins is. If we have a new staff member, I don't know who that is, and I would like to know, can we know who that is? And the other thing is Tom Gray's expenditures of $24.50 for August. Last meeting, I wasn't here. I was in wonderful state of Vermont visiting my grandson, who was 6 years old. And there was a lot of weird comments about how, all those of us have been shot out of this room or something and we can't come back anymore. Well, I was just visiting my grandson, sorry. So we are back. And the fact that Tom Gray is being paid to support and strategize with a lot of people here in the audience to elect 2 incumbents for the CCSD, I find completely reprehensible. I am still really upset that I was denied entry to this building September 2nd when a meeting was held, this private meeting with a lot of these people here, and we paid Tom Gray to be at that meeting, $200. We paid District Engineer Gressens to be at that meeting because he's on salary. We have paid CDM Smith, Maury Garza Bird for this project, and 3 directors were here. And I'm sorry, Mr. Thompson, you can't threaten me. I could take all the pictures I'd like to take, and I took 3. a picture of you, a picture of Gail Robinette, and a picture of Jim Behringer. That's why I was taking pictures. There were 3 directors here. I'm really relieved that you got up and left, Mr. Thompson, but to look at legal counsel and threaten me with some kind of action when I'm the one that was
please
denied
address
from the
the,
meeting.
agenda
Anyway,
item, please.
I'd like Tom Gray, he absolutely should not be paid any longer, and especially for these kinds of charges. I totally object to that. Thank you.
Okay. Bringing it back to the board, agenda review, additions, deletions, or pulled consent items.
I actually would like to hear a little bit more on 7E from the general manager about how that all is going to kind of.
So any other directors have a, I agree with the pulling 7E. I think we should address that separately. With that said, well, let's move forward to public comment. Now, it says it's limited to 30 minutes. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. I will be a little bit sensitive on a half an hour. After the first half hour, what we want to do is go on and continue our business. So if you don't get a chance to have public comment the first time around, using your quick public comments, I'll reopen public comment after regular business, and then those people that wish to speak in again, or not again, but for the first time, they can also have comment and on item 10.
President Berenger, could
Yes, sir.
Could I interject here for a moment?
Please interject.
District Engineer Greshams needs to leave at 2:15. He has an appointment. Would it be appropriate if he gave his engineering report and then take public comment? I just want to make sure, since it's so much information and it's so important, if he could, I don't know if we'll be done by 2:15, and then he won't be able to give his engineer's report. I apologize for any inconvenience.
How long do you think Mr. Gressen's report's going to be?
Bob, 10 minutes? Yeah, 10
Okay,
minutes.
and then we will accept comment on Mr. Gressen's report after public comment and at the general manager's report session.
And I
Okay.
apologize
Yeah,
for the folks that are
I
here
didn't know
for
that.
public
Yeah, and I
comment.
didn't know it was going to be this long, but please, Bob.
Great. Thank you, Jerry. Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. I'll be as brief as possible. In my report, I have it broken down by Category 1, which is assistance to the water and wastewater operations departments, and I'll talk about that first. We have this enhanced compliance action project in place with the Regional Water Quality Control Board, and we are working on that as far as the about a 10% level design report on the wastewater treatment plant improvements. On that project, the Corello project team has completed the evaluation of the plant. Then they're moving on to the actual recommendations in their report. So they did have one of their final visits on the September 23rd with their electrical engineer and a few others on their project team. They're obtaining revised quotes on some of their recommendations. They're developing a presentation that'll occur first with CCSD staff within the next few weeks. They also had some discussions with a contractor on possible performance-type contracting as a follow-up to that report. Another item we've been assisting the operations departments on are the State Water Resource Control Board permitting. We've filed extension of time request on permits 20387 and 17287, which are the Santa Rosa and San Simeon aquifers, respectively. We also attended a meeting with the Water Department and Will Bellis, who's an expert on tank inspections and corrosion. We reviewed his findings on the Fiscalini tank, and we pretty much know that tank has to be scheduled as a replacement in the near term for a future capital improvement project based on what he's recently reported. The second category I have is Rodeo Grounds Pump Station Replacement and Stewart Street Tank 3. It's more of a placeholder at this point. We haven't had a chance to really work on that because of the other projects that are going on. The big project that I have a PowerPoint to follow this on is the emergency water supply project. And we're continuing to target the November 14th, 2014 construction completion date. There are containerized modules that arrived during the week of October 13th. And rather than go through a lot of this verbal, I'll just do the PowerPoint right now. So if you can go to the next slide, please, in the back. This will just give you a better picture. Here are some of the containerized modules that have arrived on site. Again, this was on October 14th that this shot was made. There are about 4 of these large containers that were prefabricated off-site, so they have the equipment inside of them. Next slide, please. That just shows it sitting on its pads. Next slide, please. Again, there's about 4 of them on site at this point. Next slide, please. That's a pump station that's been placed on a pad that shows, it's kind of hard to see it at this clarity, but there's one large pump that feeds the microfilter system and 2 smaller pumps that feed the RO stages. Next slide, please. This is a view of the evaporation pond for the RO reject water. They had poured slabs for the mechanical evaporators that are part of that project, and they're preparing it for the liner system that goes in. Next slide, please. This is a shot of the pipeline that we're using that goes from the advanced water treatment plant to the injection well, which is over on the potable well field. It's a special pipe to avoid impacts. It's called yellow mine pipe. It's a PVC pipe that has UV inhibitors and a special joining system so you can put it above ground without it coming apart. And we're using that extensively. Again, it avoids impacts. We have a biological monitor that checks out these areas before we go through it and accompanies this work. We have an archaeological monitor that gives his okay, and we also have a Native American Indian monitors that are checking this as we go. So again, it minimizes the footprint and impact of the project. Next slide, please. This is just a quick view of the inside of one of the RO modules. It shows, gives you a view of what the inside of those containers look like. Next slide, please. So over the next few weeks, we'll see the evaporation pond liner going in. They'll continue with the equipment installation, particularly with wiring and controls. There'll be a few intermediate supply and transfer tanks that'll be placed yet that aren't in the pictures. And then we'll continue with the interconnecting pipelines. And again, our project construction is on schedule and planned to be completed on the November 14th date. I think that's it. Is there another slide after this one? Oh, I'm sorry. Other noteworthy project activities. On November 14th, the Regional Water Quality Control Board meeting is a big one for us because that's on our Title 22 and Title 27 permits. We have a Title 22 support document, which is our tracer test results that are posted on our Cambria CSD.org website. And similarly, I don't know if this is on there yet, we're trying to get our waste discharge, reported waste discharge report posted on the website as well. And that supports our Title 27 permit that is for the evaporation pond. We're also working on the support for the project's regular coastal development permit. And as you may recall, we have 2 parallel paths occurring on this project. We have the current work that's covered by the emergency coastal development permit, but the conditions of that permit and the process that we follow, that's a county process, is you also apply for a regular coastal development permit. So the regular coastal development permit application was made earlier. We're still responding to questions on that, but that is supported by a CEQA process. So we are pulling together a scope of work and contract for consideration during November for an EIR, and that is actually in addition to the earlier initial study mitigating deck that we circulated. We did authorize a change order recently to CDM Constructors, Inc., which is the CCI. I think there was a question about that acronym earlier. It was approximately $172,000 to meet some regulatory agency permitting requirements. And those would be related to the mitigation water for the lagoon area, which required a blending system be added. They wanted to increase the overlap of some of the liner sheets. as well as revisions to the mitigation water and RO reject pipelines. So that pretty much concludes my report on the projects. I can get into further detail if there are questions beyond that.
Bob, let's not do that right now. My
But he has to
suggestion.
leave. I have
I know he has to
question
leave.
for him.
Okay, if a board member has a question for Bob.
A really quick question. Are we, I know we're doing it, putting together an RFP for an EIR. Are we going to see any of the responses to the comments on the MND at all before that is done or not?
We weren't planning on that. I mean, I
Okay.
think it's, of course,
I'm
up to the
assuming that
board
you're
to-
incorporating some of the comments from the regulatory agencies. That's why we had some of those change orders, was because we're responding to those as part of building what we're doing for the emergency, right?
Right, and for example, I know one comment was, please do an EIR, you know, in so many words. So we are definitely paying attention to the comment letters and following up on those. And we are following the mitigation measures that were called out in that earlier ISMND. For example, the monitoring that I mentioned earlier was some of those mitigation measures that we're following. But then again, we want to go further and make sure we satisfy all the comments that got raised in the EIR. So that would normally be, as you go through the EIR process, you have a final EIR report where you list the comments and all your responses. So that was the way we're planning on it. If there is a desire to have some other approach, you know, we're open to that.
No, I just
recommendation.
wanted to know if we were going to see some of those responses, because some of those agencies, regardless of what other comments came in from the public, which may have been valid, the comments from the agencies, I would hope we've been responding to their concerns when we've been meeting with them, because some of the stuff you can't go backwards from what's already being constructed. So I just know that I would feel better knowing that we're at least responding to them in terms of our design of what we're currently working on, because they could be valid concerns, they could be not valid concerns, but I don't know because I haven't seen any responses. We could have perfectly reasonable responses to all of them. I just don't know that we do because I haven't seen any of that. So that will be part of the EIR process then, is what I'm
Yeah,
hearing.
and that, you know, just to update you, we have had ongoing dialogue with all the regulatory agencies. You know, we had a joint meeting on August 27th at the Coastal Commission office, for example, and we had just about everybody either there or on the conference phone at that time. And so there's quite a dialogue occurred then. We've had some follow-up discussions with specific agencies since then, and we're continuing to do so.
All right.
Just yesterday, we had 2 conference calls with regulatory agencies regarding some of the things that you brought up. So it's a constant and ongoing dialogue to make sure that we're all working together and singing from the same sheet of music. So,
Right.
So maybe some of those comments will even be moot by the time we get to the EIR, because we will have addressed whatever the issue was that was concerning them.
Some of them may be.
Yeah. And, you know, it must be brought up that on CDM Smith, they have an army of people, and the regulatory agencies have armies of people, and we only have 2 people here, Bob and Mr. Gruber, that are trying to run a tremendously large project. So we have to be a little bit sensitive to that. And Bob, I'm sure, because he's so involved, probably needs to be out of here for very important business on making sure this project moves forward. With that said, I have 2 specific requests to speak for 6A. I'll allow them if we make them quick so that Bob can address them perhaps. So first we have Mary Webb, followed by Tina Dixon.
Sorry, that is what the meeting is for, Mr. Crummett. So, in other words, had these ERR had come before the project, a lot of these things would have been less expensive. A lot of the issues would have been addressed before you started construction. And again, we're putting the cart before the horse, which is really typical down here. First of all, we'd like the PowerPoint posted that Bob Gressens just gave. Second of all, the agency letters themselves should be posted at the CSD website. That way everyone can read what the agencies are saying, and we don't have to get the information from your public service officer person. People can read these things for themselves. They're really smart, they're really bright. The agencies are very clear in all the things that are wrong with the project, and I think it would be important for everybody to see what 250 acre-feet of water is going to cost us. Right now, you're talking $9 million, and what the agencies are saying is that the 250 acre-feet, you may have to put more than half of that back into the lagoon for the species. Now, everybody may not care about fish. I love fish. It'd be fine by me if you spent $13 million saving all the fish, but I don't really think anybody back here is really going to support that. So if you think $9 million for 250 acre-feet is bad, wait till it's 13 million and you only get 100 acre-feet. That's not enough water. I hope everybody's getting their rain barrels, because they're certainly not going to be able to start watering their roses on that water, and pray for rain, like we all have been doing. There have been no comments that have been answered in a public setting. None of the agency comments have been answered in a public setting. The county has told us that the CDP is insufficient for review. The EIR now is starting from, stage 1. So instead of us getting the comments that we had expected by August 22nd or by August 27th, now you're starting a whole new process, and here it is October 23rd, which means you got sued, basically. So now we're in a lawsuit. So that's all going to cost us a whole lot more money too. Now, some people may be really happy about that, like the lawyers, because they will get paid, but it does come out of all of our pockets. The other thing about the August 27th meeting, the August 27th meeting that's where the responses to comments, we were hoping that Marie Garza Bird would have given us September 2nd. Unfortunately, you guys wouldn't let us in that meeting. So I think that's it. Thank you,
Thank you.
Bob.
Ms. Tina Dixon?
Tina Dickinson, Cambria. I wish you would take the slips in order. I did turn mine in quite a ways ahead of time. Thank you. Mr. Greshams, I looked at part of the report back from the tracer study test. I would like the public to be informed about what actually the results of the test. We know that in one well it failed, and the other one it was successful. I also understand now from the Department of Public Health, which is now under the Water Board, that you're going to have to do a second tracer test. Why are we not learning from you or Mr. Gruber exactly what happened with the tracer test? I also understand, because one failed, that we're not going to get 250 acre-feet, and that this mitigation of there's more water required to go into the lagoon, that's going to have an impact as well. So my question is, how many acre-feet now is anticipated from the project?
No,
I have to defer to the board president for those
just comment to the
questions.
board,
So
and-
really
This is not
to the
public
board
comment.
president, please.
Please comment to the board.
This is not public comment. I want to get an answer, because you guys have this information, and the public needs this information. And this is my problem, the lack of transparency and transmittal of information to us.
Finish your comment. And
We're paying the
I will ask-
13.4 million.
Finish your comments, and I will ask
I'm
for
asking that question, that we have the results back. This should be in this meeting today. We need to know. And Mr. Greshams is here, but he has to leave in 15 minutes.
He will answer
I'm
your question.
asking that question. Everybody wants to know.
Finish your comments, and I'll ask Mr. Gressens to address the
Okay,
issues he knows.
there are these mitigation issues I saw that the overlapping of the liner, that's an issue. When will that actually happen? Because that has to be mitigated now. The lagoon area, the additional water, the monitoring, all of these issues. I asked the DPH, well, when is this actually going to happen? Really, by November 14th? And do you really think it will be completed by November 14th? So my two questions are, how many acre-feet will this project produce? And when will a drop of water come to Cambrians from it? Those are my two questions,
Okay.
and I expect an answer. Thank you.
All right. Bob, from what you know, can you
Yes,
address those issues?
Let me try my best. I did summarize the tracer study findings in my staff report on page 2, so it's very brief, and I know this went out as a green sheet addendum, so most likely everybody didn't get a chance to see this yet. But the testing on the tracer test was conducted at a rate of 454 gallons a minute, which was greater than the planned extraction rate. They did that because the tracer study could have been done a couple of ways. It could have been done after the project was built, and then you pull out your extraction water at a lower rate than what you're producing. But in this case, because the project wasn't built and online, we ran it at a little higher rate of 454 gallons a minute. What they found is that the closest well, instead of being 2 months away at 60 days, was 57 days. So then they, as part of the report that's posted on our website, they reran the model, they adjusted the model based on the results, reran the model, and found that 400 gallons a minute was what would meet the 2-month travel time. And that's based on the closest well. The furthest well could probably go higher than that. But again, it was 400 gallons a minute. That is mentioned in the report that's posted online. Most likely, we'll adjust that down a little bit further to about 385 gallons a minute, which is based on the existing capacity of the San Simeon 2 well, which is, again, the closest well to the injection well, which has the shortest travel time in meeting that 2-month minimum. So that's the gist of that report. And I tried to summarize that on the second paragraph of page 2. And I can go into further detail if you'd like.
Well, one other thing, though, to satisfy the question, at the 385 gallons a minute or whatever you're thinking about running, how much water would that produce in a 6-month period?
Okay, that's going to equate to, I've got to ratio it real quick. If you
Sure.
excuse me for a second.
I mean, you know, are we going to get 2 acre feet or a couple hundred acre feet?
Okay. That's equivalent to about 318 acre feet.
Okay, all right.
May I comment on just, may I?
Mr. Gruber, and then, yeah, Mr. Gruber, please.
And also, we spoke with the Department of Drinking Water yesterday with Kirk Souza and Jeff Densmore, and they really emphasized that, you know, they want to, during this process, give us the operational flexibility to be able to achieve whatever we need to achieve, i.e., addressing some of the comments relating to the tracer study and things like that. And so, since we have a tremendous amount of flexibility with the existing wells in this system, and we'll also eventually be installing variable frequency drives, we'll have the flexibility that we need to do. One other comment was made about the additional water to be put into the creek. When we met with the Coastal Commission, there was conversation about that, but it was basic conversation. It was not any direction. We haven't been mandated by anybody, and we still stand behind the 100 gallons that will be put into the creek. Matter of fact, the 100 gallons is better than nothing going into the creek, and we feel strongly that it's going to enhance the environment and make the lagoon a better place for habitat. With that being said, in parallel to this emergency coastal development permit, we're also working on a regular coastal development permit. And I think to this point, we have a very good working relationship with all the regulatory agencies, and I have all the confidence in the world in CDM and RBF. So as we proceed with that regular coastal development permit, I'm sure that we can show them that 100 gallons a minute is not only going to be sufficient, but more than adequate than what currently is going into the creek for environmental enhancement, which is no gallons. So I just wanted to comment on that. So there's nobody is saying you will do this. It was mentioned at an earlier Coastal Commission meeting, but again, those are conditions that will be agreed upon and with the Coastal Commission as part of our regular coastal development permit.
Thank you for the clarification. Now, if I could please, unless there's another pressing question for Mr. Gressens, I would like to bring this back to the item public 5, public comment. It is 5 minutes after 2, and we will continue public comment if needed until 2:35. And then after that, we'll address our regular business. The first person I have card to speak is Paul Carlson, followed by Jean Matthias. Matulis.
Good afternoon, directors and people. My name is Paul Carlson, and I've lived here for 9 years. I was going to talk about Catch-22 and how we have a group that says we don't have an emergency yet. They use the fact that we have that emergency to prevent any growth at all. Well, we're not for growth. We just want to have an adequate water supply. And these 4 or 5 angry people that feel like they can run this town the way they choose is finding that there's actually some people that disagree with them. And talking about the money involved in this project, you know, I just went to the doctor yesterday and found out I have to go for therapy for 6 weeks, which is going to cost me for deductible about $300. And that's caused by carrying these 5-gallon pails of water around, 45 pounds. And this is a fact. I swear this is true. So I'll be glad we paid the $300 extra for water for a year. I think that's what we were figuring out it would cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Matulis is followed by Ron Crummett.
Good afternoon, Board. I'm Jean Matulis, and I am a Cambrian for water. Unfortunately, I cannot support a lot of the actions of this current board, and I certainly cannot support them for re-election. Now, one of my fellow members today told me that I was a hypocrite for wearing this shirt, but not supporting current board members. I don't think so. I went to the farmer's market, and there was a table there, and there were people that said, all you have to do to become a member of Cambrians for Water is sign this piece of paper. And I had already signed one of those pieces of paper. They said, you don't have to do or say anything. You just have to sign the piece of paper. Well, I had already signed up. I purchased this shirt. But what's kind of odd is that I've heard estimates of like, well, there's 700 members of Cambrians for Water, and there is an implication that that they hold a certain belief, but not so, because all you have to do is just sign up. I do want to apologize for some of the actions of my fellow members. I know of one woman in particular who was very much pressured to sign. She didn't want to sign, but she was pressured by her neighbors, and they wanted her to buy a shirt. Finally, she capitulated. She felt so shamed into it. She signed up. She bought a shirt, but she's voting for Rick Hawley and Jeff Hallman. So there are, now there are some folks who have stated that the Cambrians for Water are actually an informal political action committee, or maybe even a formal political action committee. This umbrage that people are taking over the fact that, you know, how dare you have another view than us, actually supports the fact that they are, in fact, a true political action committee, or else why would I be a hypocrite for not supporting this board? I'm entitled to my view. I am a Cambrian, and I am for water. I would like to just also comment about the public information officer. I, too, am very worried about it. I was sorry that some of our fellow Cambrians were not permitted to attend meetings that were with presentations of this board and the contractor for the water project. The public information officer is supposed to communicate with the entire community of Cambria, according to the manager's report for February. But yet this is happening. And also, now that it's gone over budget, he's as of October 1st, $15,825, and now it's being paid out of money for the water project because he's gone over budget, but that money is only supposed to be used for construction, finance, and operation of the water project.
Please
So,
conclude your comments, please.
yes, sir. There are families in Cambria who are struggling, hardworking families who can barely make it on $15,000 a year. We should not be paying $100 for this kind of wasted expenditure. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Ron Clement is followed by Lou Blanc.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and members of the board. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak again. First off, I think it's very unfair that a couple of people at this meeting can get up and talk several times on what they perceive to be part of the agenda that you have today, but should have been with the public speaking. I think it's extremely unfair because it wasn't disguised that well, and it should have been with the public speaking like I'm doing now. Some people, I think that the water situation with Cambria right now is pretty much the status quo as it used to be. Well, it isn't. We have to remember and say over and over again that we have an emergency water situation. We have a stage 3 water situation, and to those of you in TV land, I hope you remember that as the election comes up. We have to continue with the emergency project that you people are doing, and we will support it extremely well, and I'm so glad that you are doing it. I see where Land Watch is, after suing us again, going again where it didn't work the last time. It's unfortunate for all of us Cambrians, but it's going to cost us money to support the legal people that will have to fight it, and to support the staff time that's going to be taken away from the water projects and the water concerns that we should have. I'd like to also address my comment to the people that haven't yet made up their mind as to how they're going to vote for this election. And I want to say, when are you going to say enough is enough? When are you going to say we're not going to take it anymore? When are you finally going to say that there's something, that time that I do something to make sure that my community and my family have water that will support us throughout the rest of our living here in Cambria, and will give us the kind of necessary utilities that has to be done. When do you finally do something? Well, the philosopher once said carpe diem, which in my humble opinion means seize the moment. Well, this is the time to seize the moment, people. This is the time to vote for the people who are doing the right thing right now with the emergency water project, and don't let a small minority try to change the direction of the board and hurt the majority of the Cambrians that are here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. LeBlanc is followed by Mark Kramer.
Could you start that at 3 again? I noticed you tried to, jump it. I've seen that at basketball games before. Thank you.
Okay. There you go.
You want to start it again?
No.
My name is Lou Blanc. I'm a certified engineering geologist and a certified hydrogeologist. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about water and facts, which I believe this board has a responsibility to deliver that information as community service district to this community. On August 15th, the San Simeon Creek water levels were 6 feet above last year. Last year, we were not rationing, and the only well water we had was coming from San Simeon Creek, and we did not run out of water, which means we will not run out of water this year. And when you're telling people that we're going to run out of water, it's a lie. Now, who's that lie for? Could it be your political egos? The Cambria water we are rationing now. We're using water at about half the rate we were last year. The reality is, in August, you could have saved these people the backache and the sprains of carrying water from their bathtubs out to by taking us off the draconian rationing. In August, you had that data in front of you, and you could have done that. But you have not. You continued to penalize these people and tell them we're going to run out of water. Why? You know why. So you're scaring Cambrians about this water, and this is basically Cambria's version of the Chinatown, because you're acting like there's less water here than there really is. I have personally reviewed the tracer test, and you failed the tracer test in all the wells, based on my professional review. So that's another fatal flaw of the project. Your evaporation pond is fatally flawed. And the other thing that the people need to know is that the brine discharge from this toilet to tap project that you're proposing, because most of the water that you're pumping out of the ground has been the wastewater we've been putting out there for decades. So in this toilet to tap project, the brine discharge is undisinfected wastewater with pathogens. All we need is one Liberian tourist, the wrong one, to pass through town, and your enhanced evaporation in the summer, when we have fog, will create the potential for an Ebola fog in this town.
Please conclude your comments. Mark Kramer is followed by Ted Siegler.
My name is Mark Kramer, a 16-year resident of Cambria, a founding member of C4H2O, whose membership has grown to 675 in just 9 weeks. I'm personally delighted that Jeff Hellman is now supporting the emergency water system, and apologize for my earlier statement in the Cambrian. On the other hand, it would have been appropriate if Jeff would have owned up to his errors in accusing the CSD board of going to a hedge fund and paying usurious interest rates on the financing package of 4.1%. Ethics works two ways, Jeff. For those of you who do not come to the Friday market on a regular basis, all of the candidates have been present for most of the 5 weeks. Mike Thompson and Jim Barringer, current board members seeking re-election to my left, and Jeff Hellman and Rick Hawley, challengers to my right, with their support team, Cambrians for Change. Since both challengers want water for Cambria, and we now know that Jeff Hellman is supporting the emergency water supply project, locals who come to the market and other community members are confused as to what the opposition candidates and Cambrians for Change are really promoting with their literature and their radio commercials. This group should not be judged on their words, but on their actions. So why is the vocal minority continuing to use whatever tactic will work to shut this project down? For example, in September, Gordon and Kristen Heinrich wrote a Viewpoint article that was signed by Rick Hawley, Mary Webb, Catherine Ryan Hyde, and 13 others. The article ended with the statement, and I quote, "Water is not worth the price of the project." That was our best recruiting week ever. A few weeks later, Tina Dickerson, a spokesperson for the group Cambrians for Change, told a radio audience that their group wants to halt the water treatment plant currently being built and is proposing a reservoir that will take at least 2 years to build. And where will the water come from to fill this reservoir? At a recent supervisors meeting in SLO, where a vote was to be taken in connection with the county waiving the permit fees for the water treatment plant, which would save the Cambrians money, 13 members spoke in favor. 2 members, Rick Hawley and Christine Heinrich, told the supervisors to delay their decision, which would have cost us more money. And last week, Landwatch, represented by Cynthia Hawley as plaintiff, filed a lawsuit for $9 million in connection with the water treatment plant, stating that our situation isn't really an emergency. Apparently, these plaintiffs have turned a deaf ear to locals like Heidi Santos and others who have spoken at these meetings about what locals are now forced to do to cope during this emergency. This lawsuit represents yet another example by which a handful of Cambrians are doing whatever they can to delay or halt this project. As I've said to you before, it's time for the vocal minority to stop using Cambria's water issues as a vehicle to control growth. And it's time for the vocal minority to now join C4H2O by supporting the board in their effort to bring water from this treatment plant to Cambria on a permanent basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Ted Siegler is followed by Kathy Tanner.
I'm Ted Siegler, a resident of Cambria and a ratepayer. And Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Go ahead.
Is this better?
Yep.
Okay. The headline reads, Landwatch San Luis Obispo County sues Cambria Community Services District. Let's look a bit deeper. Landwatch is a legal fiction. It's a folder sitting in a file drawer in Cynthia Hawley's office on Tamsin Drive. It's not listed in the phone book. It does not have a website. It doesn't publish a membership list. It doesn't file tax returns. It claims to have no financial resources. And there's nothing transparent about Landwatch. Why the fiction? It's a cynical hedge, perhaps shielding Hawley from personal liability for damage done to the community. It provides plausible deniability to Hawley's friends, people who don't want the inconvenience of facing neighbors or voters for that matter, and disclosing they're behind the lawsuit. But make no mistake, this lawsuit is being brought by individual people hiding behind the organizational fiction. People who believe they understand the world better than the rest of us. Now, who's being sued? One of the interesting things about small political units is that each of us has a very personal stake in the unit. The CCSD is not some entity apart from us that we consider as them. It's us. With only 6,000 residents and 4,000 ratepayers, anything that affects the CCSD affects each of us in a meaningful way. Hawley and friends have no plan to provide water if our wells run dry. For every day an attorney spends in court defending against the suit, each one of us ratepayers will have to pull $1 out of his or her pocket. For every 20 hours of legal research, take another $2.50. Every penny will be paid by us, Cambria's drought-weary residents. The lawsuit goes way beyond the usual give and take of politics, even Cambria's politics, which can be intense at times. This is a personal attack on our community. The Landwatch people lost their political battle in July. Rather than accept that politics as usual do not favor minority views, they're punishing the rest of us by prolonging our water insecurity and reaching their hands into our pockets. So when you read the headline, remember, you're being sued by Cynthia Hawley and her friends. This is not politics, it's personal.
Thank you. Kathy Tanner is followed by Elizabeth Bettenhausen. Elizabeth Bettenhausen follows Kathy Tanner.
Oh my goodness, the whole world is taller than I am. I'm sort of taking off my reporter's hat, but not really, because what I want to do here today is introduce to you and to the Cambria constituents and to the people on television their new editor of the Cambrian.
Good afternoon. I see I have 2 minutes and 34 seconds left. I won't take all of that. I just want to say how pleased I am to be in this community and how much I'm looking forward to serving this community with an unbiased and fair and impartial view of all the issues. I'm certainly getting a lot of background on some of the issues here today, which I'm very grateful for, and I'm going to be spending the next few weeks, I'm sure, getting up to speed on a lot of others. I'm looking forward to getting to know many of you personally and getting to know the community better. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
And since we have a second or two left, I just want to let everybody know I'm delighted.
Good. Elizabeth will be followed by Richard Breen and then Greg Hunter. Is the mic on? You get a green light.
Could I get my time back?
Sure.
There you go.
Whatever you'd like,
Thanks.
Elizabeth.
12 years ago when I moved here, I came to my first CCSD meeting, and I asked about gray water, whether that was an option for Cambria, and I sort of got laughed out. So you can imagine my exuberance today. Over the past 2 months, I have been studying the monthly expenditure reports of the CCSD from January of last year until the end of September the other day. Money is my first topic. Since January of 2013, the CCSD has paid, and I am doing this by my own research, which I will give you copies of if you want. You just email me at elizabethbettenhausen@gmail.com, okay? I documented everything I'm saying today from your documents. Since January of last year, the CCSD has paid around $1 million for professional services or consultants. $1 million. And this includes only task order 1 for CDM Smith. It doesn't include any of the rest of it. From July 1 of last year to September 30th of this year, the CCSD lawyers paid 5 law firms $300,000, including a 25% increase for the legal counsel from last fiscal year to this one. 25% increase. Number 2, since January of last year, the CCSD has paid $273,000 on Santa Rosa Well number 4 for repairs and new technology. Number 3, since July of last year to now, the CCSD has paid $200,000 to open Santa Rosa Wells 1 and 3 and the Filtronics plant. And depending upon whose report you look at from the staff, that is either $76,000 or $142,000 more than you can find in the expenditure reports. I don't know where that money's going. I wrote to Mr. Gruber on October 6th about this, and I've received no response. Since July of last year, the CCSD has spent $54,000 on SCADA, which is 400% more than the budget. And now the next budget is going to have $100,000, but this board has taken no action on SCADA to approve it, even when you had the chance in the past 3 years. I'm going to run out of time, so I'm going to say one more thing. Public access to board material. I wrote to you, Mr. President, on September 6th, and I asked you, how is it possible for us as citizens and ratepayers to get access to the minutes of the board, because 2014 wasn't on the website, and to get access to the resolutions as officially adopted by this board? And I got no response from you. None. On September 22nd, I emailed the district clerk saying, can you help me with this? Because I haven't gotten a response from the president. And she now has the minutes on the website. I've heard nothing about resolutions. My final comment is this. Yes. I wrote to you, dear board, on the 12th of October, a very serious letter asking you about general fund and water fund transactions, asking you about reserve policy for the CCSD,
Please
and
conclude your
asking you
remarks.
finally
Please conclude your remarks.
about whether the resolutions are integral to the minutes without being posted. And you know what? I haven't heard from you either. And my last sentence is this.
Yes.
Yesterday, a friend from out of town who reads the Cambrian and who watches Channel 21 said to me in a conversation, which was very short, she said,
Please conclude
how
your
can
remarks.
anyone trust the CCSD?
Thank you.
And that now
Thank
is
you.
my question.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I did say that I was going to end the comments, so I'm going to take 4 slips, and then we're going to break to regular business. I have about another 8 that I'm going to have as item 10. So we have Richard Breen is going to be followed by Greg Hunter, then Leland Whitaker, and then Jess Bathke. Those are the people coming up. And Mr. Breen, please.
Yes, I am Richard Breen, and I've been a resident of this community for 30 years and the owner-broker of Breen Realty and Breen Vacation Station. And I want you to know that I just installed about 500 square feet of turf on my yard the other day. But more than anything, I want to thank,
He meant artificial.
I mean from the bottom of my heart, these people that are wearing these blue shirts, because this community they are the silent majority, and they are finally coming forward in mass after 30 years. And you have no idea how much we appreciate what you're doing. And I also want to congratulate our community for being a great model community in the state for water conservation. And I just think it's a shame that the citizens of this community are now having to pay for the CCSD to defend a frivolous lawsuit that, you know, we're not talking about expanding the growth of this community. I mean, if from a real estate perspective, prices are constantly being reduced and buyers are waiting for this disaster to be over before they do anything. We've been in a building moratorium for going on 14 years. 656 folks are waiting on that list, and another 700 owners can't even get on the list. We got 93 lots on the market, and I can't in good consciousness as a realtor anymore, as a real estate consultant, recommend that anyone buy a lot in this community unless they own a home next door to it and can buy it for about 20 cents on the dollar. These people are exhausted. They've deeded out these lots that cost them hundreds of thousands of dollars with ocean views to their children, their grandchildren, and quite a few of them to green space. And, you know, this lawsuit is just, it's not concerned about growth, and I just want to say that we desperately need to move forward and re-elect Mike Thompson and Jim Barringer for this thankless job that they have. Thank you.
Thank you. And Greg Hunter will be followed by Leyland Whitaker. Greg?
Good afternoon, President Barringer, other directors, Mr. Gruber. I'm a resident of Cambria and also a co-founder of Cambrians for Water. I would like to say congratulations to the board and the CDM Smith on the successful completion of the tracer test over the past 60 days. Despite the naysayers and the repeated warnings, we have not run out of water. Professional planning and engineering has proved the armchair engineers and the opposition wrong again. And I would like to remind everyone that the plant is on schedule and pretty much on budget without the engineering changes and large cost overruns that were predicted by the opposition. So congratulations again. The other day I received a candidate's postcard in the mail which compared two glasses of water, one clearly cloudy and the other very clear. The clear glass portrayed candidates' intended transparency, clarity, and honesty if elected. To me, transparency, clarity, and honesty are synonymous with full disclosure now. Actions speak louder than the words, so why not just come out and say it? The facts are that the board has selected a project that best serves the immediate and long-term needs of our community. At a project cost and over the long run that is reasonable and affordable, that has lower operating costs and less environmental impact than an ocean desal plant. The project has not broken any laws and is actually a preferred solution by the state of California to address water issues. Environmentally, it provides needed fresh water to the lagoons to sustain all its life forms. It will prevent saltwater intrusion into the San Simeon water aquifer, and it turns effluent from our waste treatment plant into ultra-clean water. I would like to close discussing the cloudy glass of water. This is neither honest nor truthful. This is sensationalizing the toilet-to-tap mentality in order to scare people. Personally, I would be very upset if my grandchild were to pick up that car, look at that picture, and ask me, is that where we're going to be drinking? Many Cambrians may not be aware that this plant will produce the purest drinking water being processed today. So this needs to be said again. Our plant is the sister to a plant in Orange County, California, designed and built by CDM Smith, which has been successfully operating since 2008. It has produced billions of gallons of fresh drinking water for the Garden Grove community. The only difference is that the Orange County facility runs on 100% sewage effluent. Ours does not. Over the years, the testing has shown that the three-step process produces the purest of drinking water, even removing all traces of pharmaceuticals, something that ordinary water treatment plants do not. This plant is approved by the water regulators and was touted by Greenspace in February of 2014, of which opposition candidates were members, as the kind of futuristic planning and systems we need to deal with impending droughts. So let's just tell it like it is. Thank you.
Okay, Leyland Ludiker, followed by Jeff Spathky and Brian Griffin. Leyland?
Jim, I got here at 11:30. I was the fourth one that filled out a form, and you haven't called my name yet. And now you're saying I have to wait until later.
I just got a slip from the clerk, the director, and this is your handwriting? That said that she put the slips in the order, and we have tried to ensure the slips are given to you in the order they are received. Last meeting there was a mix-up, but not this one, is in her opinion. Leyland Whitaker, followed by Jess Bathke, Brian Griffin. Who? Leyland's not here? Okay, Jess Bathke, followed by Brian Griffin. And Teresa will be the first speaker after the general business.
Thank you, Mr. President and Board. My name is Jess Bathke. I've been a Marine Terrace resident for 21 years. Thanks for the opportunity to express an opinion. First, I want you to know my wife and I are wholeheartedly supportive of your actions to provide the community with a reliable source of water that does not depend entirely on rain. Second, I find it interesting that the very people critical of the current board's spending decisions are in cahoots with those persons filing a lawsuit against CCSD's emergency water treatment facility. The pursuit of which will force CCSD to spend valuable time and resources to oppose this irrational lawsuit. To quote the country singer Waylon Jennings, "This is getting funny, but there ain't nobody laughing." And on a more popular note, go Royals.
Thanks for your brevity. Jess Bathke will be followed by Brian Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the board. First, let me start out by saying that I do have a stake in this. My wife and I have been landowners in Cambria since 1975. That's 39 years. And that means we've been taxpayers also. We've been full-time residents here since 2007. And since coming to the community, I've taken on leadership responsibilities and been involved in organizations in the community. Last year, I was commander of the American Legion, which puts on our 4th of July festival, and the Veterans Memorial Project, and all those kinds of things. I'm also an elder in our church. I'd like to tell you that I remember way back when Lois Capps was first in Congress, a few years after that, she got an appropriation for the community of Cambria, or I shouldn't say an appropriation, she got an authorization for $1 million for us to spend on a desal project. And the community could never get together on getting this thing done. The CCSD board back then got the same kind of reaction from a segment of the community that caused a disruption, and it never happened. And that money never got appropriated, and it went to some other community somewhere else. That $1 million that was authorized back then would probably be worth $4 or $5 million these days. And it also says that our Congresswoman, Lois Capps, at that time, I'm not sure about today, but at that time, she was in favor of desalinization for this community. Now, I don't want to criticize any other folks. That's not my style. But I will say that I elected all of you folks by my vote to be the leaders in this community of the CCSD, and so far I've been pretty happy with the job you're doing. I was glad when I could get Jim Behringer to come to our American Legion meeting and speak to a large crowd that we had there tonight using a PowerPoint presentation. He was actually able to explain to us what this water regeneration project was all about and how it works so I could understand more about it. And it made good ecological and engineering sense when I heard what he had to say. And it was well received by our membership. I will say that I appreciate what the board is doing now, and you have my support, and you'll have my support on Election Day also.
Thank you. Yeah, we're going to, that concludes for this section, the agenda review and additional, okay, so public comment is complete for now. I do have a sheet for you at the end, Elizabeth. And so we're going to move on to the general manager's report, please.
Thank you, President Berenger. If it's okay with you and the board, what I'd like to do is do my general manager's report quickly, and then I have a PowerPoint presentation on infrastructure improvements for the water department. Every time I show my PowerPoint, people leave. No.
General Manager, I'm suggesting that we take a break until 10 minutes to 3. Let's, we'll now
I would encourage everybody to stay. This is
until
good stuff.
10 to 3. Have a short break.
Yes.
And the general manager will begin his report. Thank you for the short break. Thank you, Mr. General Manager.
Amanda, it's a term paper. What? It's a term paper. Thank you, President Berenger and board members, staff. I'm going to briefly go over my general manager's report. I have a PowerPoint presentation. Then I would like Monique to go over her administrative services manager's report, and then we'll have the finance manager go over her report.
Mr. Kramer, could you take it outside?
Is AGP back there?
Hello, AGP, you working? Okay. All right, let's bring this back to order. Mr. General Manager, please proceed. Thanks.
AGP, we need video. Okay. Okay.
Up.
We're not going to give the.
There we go.
I'm not ready for that quite yet. Give me about 2 or 3 minutes, and I'll be ready for that. Just really quick. I don't know if everybody's heard of Spokes. They're a nonprofit organization out of San Luis Obispo that helps HEB. We're not. Okay. We're not. We've actually joined them. They're called Spokes, and they help with grants. And so the membership was $250 a month. So we're going to be meeting with them a year. I'm sorry, $250 a year. Spokes is the same organization that FFRP has joined to help them with grants. I met with Beautify Cambria yesterday. I know that the board had asked me to put a committee together regarding trash cans in town. And I met with Beautify Cambria Association yesterday, had a preliminary meeting. They've done a lot of work already on this, and I'd like to meet with President Berenger and go over this information. But they have done a great deal of footwork. I don't know if you can zoom in on these, but they're trash cans that are being proposed at least throughout the community. And we do have the trash company here today. Recycling and solid waste and with planters in the top for drought-tolerant plants. So there's been a lot of work. Just want to let the board know we followed up on that. Justin, our chief plant water operator, his wife had a baby. I just want to let everybody know he's an 8-pound baby girl, and back at work today. Looks very tired. He'll be back at work next week. So I remember those days. Just wanted to, just say thank you for him and all the hard work and dedication he's been doing this last couple months, last year or so. Thank you, Kathy Tanner, for putting an article in the newspaper regarding Title 22. That's something Director Rice had asked me about. San Simeon does have some Title 22. That really is truly reclaimed water. So not only is it available, and read a little bit about it, in the newspaper today, but it will help you also understand the difference between our treatment levels and their treatment levels and what is required. So it's limited, but I've already reached out to the folks up there, and hopefully they can provide me with some more information so I can provide you with some more information. The evening event, the meeting with the fire department, I'll work on that, not a problem. Just a few things. Next month, we'll be bringing back a revised budget for 2014 and 2015. We've already started meeting with the department managers. Tracy and I met with Carlos yesterday, Facilities and Resources, and the next week I have budget meetings scheduled all week long for the different departments. And what we'll be doing is reviewing their budgets to see if there's any extra things they need or some things they can live without. I'd like to extend a special thanks to Monique. Monique's over here on the end. Monique is our silent partner. She never gets the limelight or anything like that, so I thought it was important to mention Monique in my general manager's report, and also give her an opportunity as part of the senior management team to give her staff report. So Monique is doing the administrative services officer's role, which is the role she had before over HR and IT and everything else and running the office, but she's also now doing the district clerk's role. We combine those two roles and to save the district money. So I appreciate everything she's doing. And there was a comment made earlier about records. That's one of the things that she's working on in improving our laserfish and in improving our information that we get out in a timely manner, records management, those type of things. While I'm thanking staff, you know, we've gone through a transition the last 6 months. That's been brought to my attention numerous times, and we don't have the staff that we used to have here, and changes happens and people retire and they go different places and things like that. So we have Michelle May, Michelle Rodriguez, Alex Palafox, and Chris Fox, and they're all new. And the one you really don't want to upset is Michelle Rodriguez, because she runs the video store and the dry clean and everything like that. So she has an excellent rapport with all the residents, and she's doing a fantastic job. But one thing I want to point out that we don't have anymore is some of these positions are part-time, and Monique's taken on 2 jobs. We no longer have and this goes back probably prior to I was here, but we no longer have an assistant finance manager. We no longer have an assistant general manager. We've combined, as I indicated earlier, the administrative services officer and the district clerk, and we no longer have a utilities manager. Bob and I are doing that. And things seem to be running okay, and we're getting actually more done than we did before. So we're continuously looking at all levels within the organization, in water, wastewater administration, facilities and resources, fire. I think we need to retool ourselves and not always look at more, bigger, but try to do more with less because of the current economic situation. With that, I'd like to do my PowerPoint real quick and on the Filtronics and the SR4 and SR1. And then next month I'll be doing facilities and resources. So there was a question asked. Next slide, please. Okay, that's okay. You're doing a great job. So this is the Cambria Community Services SR3 Filtronics plant. It's actually the SR1 and SR3. We're no longer using the SR1 well. That is the one inside the old water yard. The SR3 well is up in Tin City, and the Filtronics plant. And there was a board action taken in January that authorized $500,000. And the staff report had indicated that we were moving towards a portable unit at that time. Further evaluation of that realized that this wasn't a doable project, and we moved forward with the project we have now. The finance manager's report is going to go over a lot of the concerns that were addressed about some of the expenditures within some of these projects, and then I'll cover them too. So, but in her report, you'll see that we have every nickel and dime accounted for, actually, $277,000 to get this up and running. We realize that as we move forward with the brackish water plant, that we were going to need to re-energize or remobilize our lower Santa Rosa wells that had been put out of service many years ago. And so by the board authorizing that $500,000, we move forward with that. And I'll address some of the telemetry monies that have been spent and on the Filtronics and things like that. Next slide. So this, I know this doesn't excite most people, but this is the SR3 well, and if you look at, can I have a pointer? Is there a pointer? Is there a pointer around? Let me grab this pointer, hold on. So we have a completely new operating permit that's been issued by the Department of Drinking Water. And so this well used to be a little more horizontal, if you will, and it had the motor on top and the pump down below. Now, next thing we're going to do is be replacing all this, because obviously it needs to be replaced. But what you don't see is a new pump and motor, and it's all submergible right now. So we took the SR3 well, and we pulled it, and we videotaped the casing inside. It looked good. And we put this into service. This will be next, but this is a brand new pump and motor, which is below ground. And then off to over here, Justin didn't get a picture of this, but we have a brand new control panel. So what we were doing during the tracer study, which is one of the San Simeon wells, we were rotating. Now we had the capability to use this well and to use the SR4 well, which was behind the high school, and use them, run this for a while and run the other one for a while and rotate them. So all these tools that we have, all these wells that we have now in the new brackish water will allow us to be able to do groundwater management probably better than we ever have before. So this enabled us, by doing this, enabled us to run the tracer study and not have a direct impact on the community. Next slide, please. So this is the rodeo grounds. This used to be the old water plant, but now it is facilities and resources, and we moved the water plant to the wastewater treatment facility, which is combined utility operations now. These were the tanks that we bought for the SR1 when we were running them. The SR1's over here, but we're not running that right now, and these were the reclaimed tanks that we used for the filling stations. So these are the wash water tanks for the Filtronics, and I'll show you the Filtronics plant. These were just taken out of commission, and they weren't properly decommissioned. This one is a brand new tank with a brand new pad. We had to pour. This was all done in-house. The guys did it with some additional help from some contractors, and that's some of that professional services fees that was mentioned earlier. So this tank was brand new. So when we took the Filtronics plant offline many, many years ago, what they did is they left it energized. They left a wire in here, and what happened is it caused, over a period of 12 years or so, it had an electrical current going through it, and electrical currents and water and metal don't mix, and so the tank was just so corroded that we had to replace this. So we started with replacing this. Next slide. This is what it looks like now. The guys freshly painted it, put new valving in. Next slide. This is the old Filtronics plant. We were able to reuse the media in here. We were concerned that it was going to cost us about $45,000 to replace the media, and that's not the case now. And as you can see, these are all new chemical feed lines going into it, all new electronic valves. It has a brand new flow meter in it. Some of these pumps over here have been redone. So I know that it seems like we've spent a lot of money on this, but to have another backup reliable source of water, at least while there's water in the aquifer anyway, while we get the emergency water supply project online and the tracer study testing was going, was really, really important. This old building back here, that's going to be redone next. We're going to do it inside with staff, and I'll show you another building we redid. This is an old tin building, but we'll redo that. Next slide. So several years ago or so, we went in and did the SR4 well behind the high school, and I'll talk a little bit more about that and why it's important during startup of systems to have good qualified people there. But if you remember, we got the SR4 well going online, and then several years later, 10 or 11 years later, we realized that many things weren't done, and we had a catastrophic failure of that. And we went in essentially on the SR4 well and did all this too. So On this is the Filtronics. These are all electronic valves that are tied into telemetry that have what they call fail-safe capabilities. So when the filter essentially tells the telemetry system that there's a problem, these valves automatically close. You don't have to manually close them, and then it sends an alarm to the operations center, and then they know that something's wrong. So these valves are not, they're not cheap, but they're the way to go. And just the Department of Drinking Water has inspected this facility, gave us a new operating permit. There's additional sampling required, and so we're running this well right now in this Filtronics. Just really quick before I forget, last month I showed you the lift station B, our main lift station that we rebuilt. If we didn't rebuild that lift station, those pumps at lift station B would not have been capable of handling the backwash from this system. So when this backwashes with those other tanks that I showed you, the rinse water goes through these filters and it goes into the sewer system. It goes across the East Ranch, under the highway, and over to lift station B behind Huntington. Lift station B couldn't handle the capacity. So we rebuilt lift station B, and now when this backwashes, and it needs to backwash periodically, and it does it automatically, lift station B can handle it now. Next slide. So there's kind of a, you know, if you've been out to the East Ranch, or yeah, right over there by Rodeo Grounds, that's kind of what the whole thing looks like right there. Nice, new, up and running. These are all refurbished old components. And yes, it was $277,000, but it was money well spent. Next slide. These are some of the new, you know, I wanted to give you a behind the scenes, some of the new, there's a new pump right there. We rewound the existing motor, tied in that's a brand new flow meter right there that records the flow, that interfaces with the telemetry. I won't go into too much detail, but everything's state of the art now. Next slide. So this was an old junky building. It kind of looked like this. This is the Rodeo Grounds pump station right here. It's one of our main pump stations that pump water from one side of the community to the other. This building looked like it. Jay and the Facilities and Resources took all that old corrugated metal off, and they rebuilt all this and put a new roof on it, did all that in-house. And this is chlorine. This is a chemical feed. I believe it's chlorine. I can't see from here. It says corrosive. But this is a chemical feed unit, and all the instrumentation for telemetry and monitoring is within inside this room for the Filtronics plant. Next slide. Yeah, I think it's sodium hypochlorite. This is the Rodeo Grounds. This is something that we need to replace. We've talked about it for a long time. This takes water from our higher elevated area and transfers it into another area across town. This is vintage. The control panel's over here, but this is vintage early 70s, 60s. So this is one of the things as we improve on our capital improvement projects and programs that we need to replace. But the guys have done a really good job on keeping it clean, replacing the motors, rebuilding the motors, and the pumps. And so I think the weakest link in this whole thing right now is probably the control panel and just the age of all this stuff in the room. So Rodeo Grounds, this will all be replaced with a newer system. I just wanted to show Rodeo Grounds and the good job the guys do on keep it clean. Next slide. I think that might be it. Again, this is Rodeo Grounds inside the building. This is a new control panel right here we put in. Next slide. So we moved the wastewater plant, we moved the water operations down to the wastewater plant. And what we did is we had a large room upstairs, and there's desks like this all the way around. So this is where all the water operators live and function out of, and now it's combined operations. This is our new SCADA system. What we're essentially doing is we're slowly building a backbone. We're building it as we have the money and as the needs arise. This is the system right here, and pretty much right now all of our wells can talk to each other, everything we have up and running. And then the new emergency water plant, there's $150,000 budgeted as part of that will interface to all this. But we actually used to run everything on hand, and now it's done on elevations within the reservoirs. The reservoirs know when to come off and on. They tell the wells when to kick off and on. And what's interesting about SCADA, which is supervisory control and data acquisition, is that we now have capabilities to generate reports. For an example, our instantaneous demand, or our maximum daily demand, was always based on how long the wells ran and how many gallons we thought they pumped. Well, we know now on a daily basis when the highest demand for the community is, and a peak demand. And what you'll see is this will be able to tell you how long the wells have run and what the demand was for the community. So I asked Justin to give me some more capabilities about it, but anybody wants to tour this facility, I'd be more than happy to. So and Justin actually has smartphone capability where he can dial into this and operate the system from remotely from home and things like that. So so we have spent quite a bit on SCADA, but we're doing it homegrown. We're doing it the way we think it's best, and we're doing it gradually, and we're doing it incrementally. And so, yeah. Okay, next slide. This is back to the Filtronics plant, that room I showed you. So this is essentially the Filtronics plant. If you look at this, this is the two water reservoirs, and then the Filtronics plant itself. So it's all tied into those electronic valves I showed you. It's all tied into this, sends out alarms, has SCADA capability. It has so much more than just a picture. So we've rebuilt that room in there, and has all the automatic capabilities right now. Next slide. And then we have to have monitoring capability. Again, this is all tied in. These are all tied into the telemetry system with fail-safe alarms. We don't want to ever happen what happened to SR4, if you remember, put bad water into the system. That series of calls about a year ago we got with bad water. The system will shut down. So it monitors turbidity, NTU right here. If the turbidity gets above a certain point, it'll shut the well down, the SR3 well. It monitors pH. It has a parameter set, I think, between 6.5 and 7.5 or something like that. And then it has chlorine. So this constantly monitors the chlorine. And if the chlorine gets below a certain level or gets above a certain level, then it'll shut the system down. So the telemetry I showed you is on the other side of this wall. And then this is all the monitoring capability that we have for the SR3. And this is all new. And I think that's next slide. Here's some more that we've tied into the Filtronics plant, some more telemetry of fail-safe systems, monitoring equipment. Next slide. That's it. So that's what I wanted to show. I know that over the course of the last couple of months, there's been a lot of invoices and a lot of work done, but by bringing this well up online, it allowed us to do the tracer study and not be so dependent upon the SR4 well. So is there any questions I can answer?
Yeah, well, in the structure of your report, are you then going to have the finance manager report, or should we have questions now?
Well, I'd like Monique just to go over hers real quick, and then the finance manager, if it's okay with you.
I have a quick
answer.
question from Director. Yeah, so we're not. So we're gonna ask you your questions, and then we'll go to the next person.
That's great.
Yeah. So, nice demonstration of the Filtronics plant, but you haven't said what the Filtronics plant does.
The Filtronics plant removes iron and manganese. That plant was originally designed when the SR1 and SR wells were put in. They had the MTBE issue. Those wells were shut down, and part of the settlement agreement was to build the SR4 well behind the high school. So the purpose of that, the purpose behind those filters are to remove iron and manganese.
Okay. Director Robinette has a question.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I just wanted to comment briefly here and say thank you. I really think this is great to have this update. I think a picture is worth 1,000 words all the time. And this has been going on quietly, behind the scenes, with all the other things that you and everybody else on staff have been dealing with. And it has moved us clearly into the 21st century. And I think the peace of mind that comes with using technology to full advantage, the monitoring, the adjustments, and SCADA is used very commonly in other cities. I just wanted to acknowledge, I think it's just a very important step, and I appreciate it.
Okay. Before we move on to the next speaker, I'd like to comment that I agree with Ms. Webb when she was saying we should separate some of these issues and talk just, so next month, because I will have an opportunity actually to set the agenda that time, let's try and make it so that this conversation as well, because I have a couple of requests to speak on item 6, and item 6 is a little bit too general. So if the public speakers don't mind, we're going to continue on after the general manager's report to each section that he wants to report. The board will comment, and then we'll bring the public speakers to rest.
So if Monique could do hers, and one thing I do want Monique to touch on, and then the finance manager, Tracy's got an answer to a lot of these questions, maybe not all of them, but I think she has answers to the overwhelming majority of them. But page 9, one of the things we've started doing is just keeping track of a public records request and what staff time it's part of the process. It's part of just doing the job. But so I'm looking at on page 9, if I did the math quickly, 14.25 hours out of 160. There's two to be determined, which is the documents related to the Office of Planning and Research, Notice of Exemptions, EWS, and then for a request for formal exemption. So there's a couple other ones outstanding. But I also think for transparency reasons, it goes, that the public needs to see what's being asked of staff. And in addition, Monique handles all my stuff that I can't handle, and she's really the executive assistant for the board too, and coordinates all the meetings and everything. So she puts some long hours in and does a really good job. But Monique, if you just want to, the reason I want Monique to touch on her administrative services report, because I don't want you to think all we're focusing on is operations. We're focusing on operations, but we also need to move the administrative office and improve it and move it forward. So between Monique and Tracy and I and Courtney, and we're always working on looking at things to improve the administrative side of things, which really relates to customer service. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. So we've been programming the new rates for the utility bills, and we're about finished with all of that. We are reporting out on how many resident forms are still being received. We still do receive some, and some medical waiver requests and exemptions and requests for surcharges relief. We also have recently installed meter reading software, and that software is going to give us some capability to improve some of our responses for things like the leak list. So for example, we get a leak list now, but we can't manipulate it. So one of the improvements of this system is it allows us to export it to Excel, which will allow us to sort and have the highest users pop to the top, and we'll be able to address them more quickly in a more efficient manner. Plus, it'll cut down on having to write additional service requests and so forth, and we can send it right over to the water department. And they can use the same form, and it'll be one form, electronic, and it'll just be nice and retrievable. So we also are working on a meter pilot program, and this pilot program will replace the dials and the transmitters. And what this program does is, instead of the water department having to drive around and pick up the meter reads, they'll actually be sent back to the admin department. And when we're fully automated, it will give us daily usage, daily leak reports at the admin office. The water department won't have to go out, and then we can administer it out to the water department like we do now, but we do it all manually now. So it should improve leak detection and many other things. So we have, I think we get 10 meters with this, and we're looking at purchasing some additional ones and strategically placing them around town so that we can test the system to make sure it works before we invest too heavily. Let's see. So records management, this is an area that takes up a lot of time when we are searching for documents, whether it's project related or public record response related. So this is a system that we're methodically and strategically going through and making everything electronic, and I'm sure that some of it will end up going to our website at some point. And so Some of those things that are fully electronic is the work that we're working on currently. We're trying to make sure that we're starting with what we're doing now, and then we're backing up to January. And eventually, we'll get all the permanent records identified and put into our records repositories for easy retrieval, which should hopefully cut down on staff time of retrieving documents. And then the final piece is we do have this public records request, and I see after the comment today that we should probably add a column letting people know when we've responded, or letting the board perhaps know when we've responded, because I only see 2 items that we haven't responded to here. Or we've actually responded to them with a response that says we'll respond a little more detailed later. So with that, are there any questions?
Director Thompson.
Yes, thank you. And before I start, I can smell the coq au vin cooking down below in the Legion. Dinner's at 6 o'clock for those that are so inclined. It's really a great meal. Monique, question about the public record requests. How much are we allowed to charge the requester for the documents that they're requesting that we provide?
Well, we can charge 20 cents a page.
20 cents a page. So if Ms. Hawley's Land Watch requests 1,000 pages, she would pay, or the Land Watch would pay $200, and the ratepayers would absorb the rest of the cost of providing those documents. Is that how it goes?
Generally, yeah. I think there are some other items that maybe Tim, looks like Tim wants to comment.
You're restricted to only recovering the direct costs of duplication, which excludes actual man-hours associated with it. And that's one of the big flaws with the Public Records Act. It can disable an operation very quickly. And we're experiencing that here and in many other places.
I appreciate that. And I think I'd also suggest to any candidates that are running for office that having staff do public records requests really falls into the same consideration in terms of costs of developing that information is absorbed by the ratepayers, and to be really careful about requesting such an activity from the district.
Director, good old Cliff. Cliff. Director Cliff.
I wanted to make a comment here under the Human Resources section, which wasn't particularly covered. And it's in the part about the future finance manager, and what caught my attention is the word contract. I have some problems with contractual arrangements with senior management because they're not consistent. They're all over the board, and I think it's been a situation that over the years it's been something offered rather than something that was necessary to acquire people. I think that in the near future, this board ought to set some kind of policy. I'm not necessarily against contracts, but the majority of the contracts we see really are contracts for severance pay. And I'm not sure that it's the right thing or the wrong thing to do, but it's not consistent. Of the contracts we have right now, none of them are the same. None of them are the same length or things like that. So I would like to say that if it's us offering these contract provisions that aren't necessary to attract people, I mean, we're talking in this case $95,000 starting pay. I'm not sure that we necessarily need to have a lot of inducements other than what we already are providing, type of thing. So I'd like to see this as a future board discussion for a setting of a policy, because right now it appears to be purely under whatever general manager or legal counsel or so-called accepted practices or something like that, rather than us saying, okay, if we're going to have severance pay, at what level is it going to be and how much is it going to be, rather than, anyhow.
Noted.
Noted.
Yeah, noted. I have two quick questions. If it's a commercial customer and they're on the leak list, are they on the leak list? I mean, and they have a leak even, because I thought that the assumption was restaurants have water running all 24 hours and wouldn't get flagged, or if they're a commercial customer and they might show up on the leak list and then you'll take a look at it. And the reason is there's a theater in town that paid over $1,000 on a bill, and I thought, wow, how could we miss them on a leak list? Real quick.
Well, I have two answers. One, yes, some of the commercial properties do show up on the leak list, but the capabilities that we have right now are extremely limited. We only get an account only shows up on the leak list if the previous 24 hours to the time we read the meters, water has not ceased to flow through that meter for a period of 3 hours.
Okay.
So that's why when you're talking about a restaurant, if they have an ice maker, or if they have an RO unit, or water softener, or something along those lines that would maybe run during the evening when they might be closed, and maybe like a motel, they might not have anybody using water for that period of 3 hours, that's what happens there. But with the new technology, we will get leaks that are reported, and I'm actually not as familiar with what the capabilities are of them detecting the leak, but we'll get daily reports.
Cool. And one other thing, on these public records requests, it's really only written documents. Is that correct? And let me bring up a specific situation. Greg Sester, for instance, I noticed he showed up for a request for public records, and I recall, as the general manager allowed me to talk to not only Bob Gressens, but this is early on when we were trying to look at a portable desal unit. And I'm trying to find out all about it. I talked to CDM Smith. They recollect having looked into these portable desal units. But if it's not written down in a document, that gets lost. Is that correct? Or help me understand what you are searching for when you search.
We're searching for documents that exist related to what they're asking about. And, we do have an obligation, and we do try to help people identify the documents that they're looking for. But if there isn't any such document, we don't create one.
Okay, and I had carried on conversations with CDM Smith, for instance, and they may not have carried on a document to Gressens, but if they have an email, even though it's outside the public records request, I could probably get it from them if I want to. Or
Sure, you
they
can
might
ask them
offer
for
it.
it. Uh-huh.
Okay, all right, thanks.
But the public records requests are pertinent to what documents we have.
Okay, thank you. One more, Mr. Thompson?
Yeah, I had another comment on the conservation report, which I was quite taken by the fact that for July and August of 2014, the commercial water usage was down a total of 35%. And I know that a lot of our lodgings and restaurants got beat up a lot because they wanted to keep having Pinterado and scarecrows and so forth. But a 35% reduction by our commercial accounts is just incredible, and I think they need to really be commended for that. At the same time, residential water usage for July and August was down 57%, and that's just an amazing number when you look at that. So those two together, I think, was what resulted in our 43 or 44% reduction. Again, everyone needs to be commended for conservation in July and August. It was incredible.
Yeah. If there's no other board comment, I have
Did you want to do the finance manager's report?
Sure. Finance manager's report, then move on.
Thanks, President Berenger. Tracy, do you want to go ahead and present your finance manager's report? And again, there's some questions that can be answered that were brought up earlier.
Thank you. Starting on page 17, I just want to call your attention to 4 expenditures for disbursements in excess of $100,000. 3 of those were to CDM Smith attached to the emergency water supply project, and there was a scheduled loan payment to City National Bank. Focusing in on the emergency water supply project, total invoices paid to date for the emergency water supply projects that are out at Santa Rosa Creek, the SR1, SR3, and filtration projects totaled $277,118.54, $117.54, excuse me. And the San Simeon Creek project, which I think of as correctly described as the brackish water treatment related projects, continuing on that page, we've currently issued purchase orders specifically to CDM Smith and/or CDM constructors in the amount of $9,126,647, and you'll find a chart to that effect at the bottom of page 18. I'd like to talk a little bit about some details beyond that. The district has spent, excuse me, $2,988,562.22 for costs associated with the emergency water supply project to treat brackish water. Of this, approximately $2.988 million, $2,746,646 has been spent with CDM Smith and CDM Constructors, the lead contractor for this project. The chart on page 18, again, provides a detailed breakdown of this information, and you'll also find information on what purchase orders have been issued here, so you can see the construction, total projected construction cost. There may be other costs, but the construction costs with CDM Smith / CDM Constructors, and how much of that total projection we have paid to date. There is an additional amount of expense that has occurred associated with this project. That balance, $241,916.52, has been spent on other costs associated with the project, but they have only been costs for directly related expenses. For example, there are costs that are directly attributable to the rate study, the Prop 218 process for the emergency water supply rates. You may recall that the board asked us to bifurcate out or separate out that specific project and bring forward a Prop 218 process for that specific process. That's an additional cost associated with this project and is included in that $241,000. There has been an independent contract review of the CDM Smith contracts, something that was actually called for at a public meeting, as I recall, and that did occur. There's been geohydrological work. There's been electrical work at the site by PG&E. There's been CCSD labor that has been expensed to this project, specifically the district engineer. And there was cost of issuance, debt proceed cost of issuance expenses that were paid for out of the debt, but are also in that $241,000. So as of today, the district has cut checks for about $3.3 million for emergency water supply efforts. I had tried to walk a balance between too much info and sort of high-level info that is meaningful and helpful to you. So I've tended to focus the chart, the detailed info, on the CDM Smith and CDM Constructors portion, because that is certainly the lion's share of the expenses. But I would be happy to expand the detail in future reports if there's an appetite for it. I was asked to talk a little bit about the water and wastewater revenue, and you'll notice on top of page 20 that I do express concern about where we're going to end up with our water sales as it relates to the water fund, and particularly the wastewater fund. Because the wastewater fund, we do have an emergency surcharge in place that's designed to sort of help keep the water fund whole, but there is no equivalent for the wastewater fund. And so we will see a shortfall there, and you will have an opportunity to dig into that meaningfully as we bring the budget forward to you at the next meeting. I just want to point out that on page 21, there is a opportunity to see what's happening with both the LAIF and bank balances. This essentially represents all of the district's cash. The district currently had in the bank $10,249,676. A portion of that is in LAIF, $9.4 million. The balance is in the checking account. Changes daily, obviously. And then the chart on the next page, I think, might bear a little bit of explanation, since the question kind of, why is the general fund so depleted? It's a combination of a few things. First of all, in the accounting system, we're doing things very methodically as it relates to the emergency water supply. So when bills get cut, we're assuming that they're general fund bills until we attribute them to the emergency water supply. This takes a minute to work its way through the accounting system. This report is always a cutoff as of September 30th. You will see in the next report the money in the general fund increasing and the money that's reported under water EWS decreasing, and you're just seeing checks moving through our accounting system. Don't be disturbed by that. We did pay off 2 debts. The bank note from Citizens Bank was paid off early. The bank did waive the early payment penalties, and you can see that information on page 25. Thank you.
They did waive.
They did waive any penalties for prepayment. They just agreed to accept our payment, and so that debt has been discharged, and we are just down to the 3 remaining items.
And President Berenger, if I just could really quick, so Tracy and I have been working on projecting what we think the revenues will be based on current billing cycles. We're forecasting essentially, and we didn't include it in here. And Tracy, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that we anticipated by the end of this fiscal year we'll be somewhere around 180,000 short in wastewater and 102,000 short in water. But in the grand scheme of things, in a large budget amount, the surcharges are making up a lot of that for the water side, and the expenditure part in wastewater isn't as much as we thought it would be. So you have to tie it all in together. We're forecasting ahead on revenues for water and wastewater. We're bringing you a budget adjustment based on current revenues, and I feel with the information we've provided to the board and the public that we have a really good, I think we have a really good grasp of everything that's going on right now.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the board. Any questions for the finance manager? Director Rice?
Since this is one of the most critical parts of our job as a board, I think it's important that we have good reports, and I appreciate the fact that you finally brought forward the revenue reports for the water and wastewater, especially considering with what we're having to deal with the reduction in usage, which thank you everybody in Cambria for working so hard to save water. It does point up the issue that we do need to be getting on top of getting this 218 rate study moving forward as soon as humanly possible. I know this is a rough time to be doing a lot of things since we're very busy with the emergency water supply, but we can't let other things go by the wayside. I think it's kind of important. The other thing is I'd rather have less information than information that says, well, this is kind of estimated and it'll be more correct next time when you see it. It is, if it's misleading and makes me concerned about what is going on with our monies, then maybe it's not a good way to be reporting the information. Tuesday, I had a meeting with Mr. Gruber and Tracy, and we went over some of my concerns, and they've been alleviated after speaking with them and then speaking with my friend who's a CPA that I work with regularly. There are some things that could be done more clearly, and I know that you're working toward that, and I thank you for that, and I hope that we can continue moving forward with the new finance person to make sure that we're getting reports that are clear. In the workshop that I went to on the training that the CSDA provides for finances for board members, some of the example of reports that they get, some of the reports that they get up in San Simeon, they're just much more clear. And I understand it's not to the day what these dollars are. But the biggest part of my job is making sure we're setting good policy and it's being implemented and providing the resources to do the things that we set as policy, like fixing the wastewater lift station B and all of these other projects. I don't know if you've thought about ramping back on some of these projects since you know that the revenue is down, because I know that you showed us a lot of brand new things. Yay. I'm super glad we're getting rid of a lot of the leaks and the things that are breaking down before they're breaking down. That is the best way to be doing things, because it's always more costly when you have to fix things after they've broken. You definitely want to do maintenance rather than emergency crisis management. But I would hope that as we see the budget come forward, maybe we're seeing a little bit less of that at the moment until at least we get past the next 218 process, because I think Cambrians understand that the revenue, even if their water usage goes back up, is not enough to cover all the things that we need to do to bring our system up to speed with, and not be breaking down and having to, put out fire. No pun intended. Put out fires, as they arise. I mean, I'd much rather do it that way, and I appreciate all the work that's gone. I know it's not an easy job. I'm appreciative of what we've gotten. I'd rather not have that pie chart if it's going to be misleading. If it's an estimated, when we're talking money, I don't want estimations. I want to know what it is.
And I think it's a balance, President Berenger, if I may. It's a balance on the projects. I think we're doing what has been budgeted, or we're reevaluating the budget and reprioritizing things. But also what Tracy's been able to do is the reports that we showed you, the expenditure reports in MOMS with real-time information, and we were going to include it, and I don't want to take her thunder away, but we were going to include it in this month, but we'll definitely include it in next month. And the department managers will get this as a tool, and it'll be real-time expenditures, and we can print those reports for them whenever they want. And we've been able to create those in MOMS, and then that can be used as a tool by the managers as opposed to once a month getting a report. So we're slowly that creep, we're getting there. We're getting there. So.
And then I just have one more. Sure. I just kind of wanted to see if the impression that the rest of you have is the same impression that I have. The January meeting, when we voted for the $500,000, my impression of what I was voting for was to look into what we were going to do to address the drought emergency, and that we were going to be looking into a brackish water treatment plant for San Simeon. Portable or not, doesn't matter. I'm not even concerned about that part of it. To say now that $500,000 is for the rehabilitation of the Filtronics plant in SR1 and SR3 seems like I'm not against doing that. We needed to. To me, that's a subset of the emergency water supply project, because we couldn't have done the tracer test without having another water supply to rely on, because we couldn't rely on San Simeon at the time we were doing the tracer test. So I do see that as a subset of the other project. When I voted for that $500,000 expenditure, though, my impression was it was going for the bigger project on San Simeon. And again, I don't want to undo any decisions we've already made, and I don't want to undo rehabbing that. It had to be done. I'm a little concerned that it seems a little, maybe I'm just misremembering, or maybe if I'm comfortable where we are and I feel like we haven't overspent what we need to be spending. I just want to make sure that we have our ducks in a row, so that in an emergency you can do almost anything, but when it comes right down to it, we won't be able to rely on that excuse once it starts raining. So we need to make sure we are doing things the way that they can be then accounted for in the long run.
Director Rice, I think what you're asking for is what the other directors were what was in their mind when we made that vote, and I think that it's a legitimate request. Rather than poll the board, maybe I can summarize my points, and then we could do that. But my recollection is that we had discovered that we were in an emergency situation, and what we wanted to do is throw money at the emergency situation and let the general manager for the next several weeks do what he wanted to do, what he needed to do in order to move the project forward. And it was not an easy vote for anybody, and certainly not for me. But based on the emergency that we were in, we jump-started the project, and now, if the detail is that one of the things the accountants wanted to allocate toward the emergency project is this SR 1 and 3 and those kinds of things. I think that's an accounting issue that we would have approved if we would have been there at the time. That's just my personal impression. General Manager, your thoughts?
It's interesting that the staff report for January on the second page does reference a portable system. As we evaluated that, we realized that, in speaking with CDM, we realized that that portable one would have been on a lease basis and it would have cost us well over $1 million. So as we evaluated that option, it became less of an alternative. But what supersedes, that's the correct legal terminology, is really the resolution. And I pulled up the resolution that was attached to the January staff report. And it says, be it further resolved that the CCSD General Manager is authorized to enter into contracts or agreement in order to develop and implement an emergency water supply project and shall report back to the Board of Directors regarding said activity at its next regular meeting. And the meeting at each regular meeting thereafter pursuant to Public Contract Code, Section 22050. Before that, it says, now therefore be resolved, the Board of Directors and the Cambria Community Services District authorizing the $500,000. So although the staff report spelled out language that indicated it was for some kind of portable unit, the resolution clearly states that the board gave me the authorization and authority to use my professional judgment regarding what was our best and most expedient remedy to address the emergency water supply project. I think it was a good one, and I'll explain why. Because we knew we had to do the tracer study. We knew that we would essentially yield our San Simeon wells, not being able to use them for a 2-month period of time. So, but I just wanted to clarify, because I didn't have the resolution in hand. I just got this a little while ago. So I think that was the intention of the board.
Director Ramadan has a comment.
Yes, and it's always good to clarify because I think, we almost forget exactly what happened. And for me, the word portable, since I am on the water ad hoc and we talked quite a bit about this, portable was never meant rental to send back, because you can't take the money that people would pay here and then have nothing later to show for it. It wouldn't even make sense. Portable to me was, in the very initial discussions, meant that it's not, that it's portable in that it is manufactured someplace else, that it is a modular system, that in fact if we ever needed to expand, we could expand. But portable never meant, oh, it's here for a while and gone, because we're spending millions of dollars. And it wouldn't even make sense. It would be totally fiscally not prudent at all. And I think the other thing is, too, the emergency that we're in, there's always debate, is it real? However, when you look around the state of California, and then you look right here at Cambria, and you look what we have available for water, I'm pretty convinced that I'm not willing to risk this community's future on making sure that we have water. I would never see emergency to be an excuse to expend any money whatsoever. I believe it's a solid concern.
Thank you. If there's not any other comment, well, Director Cliff.
I think during the course of the ad hoc water committee, there were many options discussed, and that the 500,000 was pretty much the way Jim talked about here, of the options of which portable or rehabbing those wells were options that had been discussed already, and that it was up to the general manager to expend that money as quick as, on whatever system could get us up and going as fast as possible. That was my recollection. It wasn't for, that it was exactly for one or the other, and that it really, there were, like I say, there was a discussion of what were the possibilities, and then get going. And the initial possibility of a portable system became a system that was when you got the
Right.
infrastructure around it, it was much more expensive and not financeable.
I think maybe what I'm have learned from this particular case is, I mean, for one thing, that 277 isn't coming out of that $9 million loan that we had to get, and so that is money that was expended. And I do not think the general manager did anything wrong. I just want to make sure that it's clear, and maybe having more of a report from the ad hoc committee would have helped.
Yes.
So that I kind of understood more of that part of the dynamic, because no amount of me talking with the general manager is going to tell me that. And that's kind of why I brought it up, because I can't talk to any of
Right.
y'all.
Right. And thank you for
Except
that.
in these situations. And so I just wanted to make sure that everybody was kind of clear, and that I'm trying to get to the point where it's comfortable, because this is a lot of money, and we do need to keep track of what's going on, and there will be cost overruns, and we do need to make sure we're keeping an eye on it. It's the community's money, and
Right.
we're responsible for making sure it's accounted for appropriately.
Right,
So.
I agree with that, and it kind of advances the fact that daylighting, when the ad hoc committee reports are, we should try and have them as complete as possible. But it also shows how an ad hoc committee is very valuable. We don't go 1 month, we don't go 4 weeks, and the general manager is off on some kind of tangent, that at least some of the board members outside of the Brown Act have an opportunity to at least influence and understand that. So I think it's a good balance overall. With that, I would like to, if it's the consent of the board, move it on to the 4 pieces of information, or slips to make comment. I believe they're in the proper order, with Elizabeth Bettenhausen, followed by Tina Dickinson. This is item 6. This is item 6, the general manager's report. And when it gets back to item 5, Teresa McKinnon is definitely going to be first.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm so glad to see at least a dozen blue shirts here, because I want to see everybody here in February. Yes. Now, what you were just discussing is a biggie, because on January 30th, 2014, you did not approve that resolution. You approved a different motion, as you know, because I wrote you a letter about that, and you have not yet responded to my letter. I ask, what has legal standing, an unadopted resolution or a motion? And I don't expect you to answer that now, because you're going to have a long talk with your legal counsel, I'm sure. But the resolution in January was certainly a complex handing over of authority to your general manager, as well as an adoption of $500,000 to spend on something. Since then, we've learned that it was spent on Santa Rosa Creek stuff. And I would like to ask, in the current SR3 monitoring on the Filtronics plant, how is the MTBE question being handled? Because we were not allowed to use those 2 wells, not just SR1, SR3, because of possible seepage of MTBE if we start withdrawing from those wells. My next question is, when will we have a budget for EWS? I keep asking this, I'm so tediously repetitive. When will we have a budget for EWS? And I ask that intensely today because on your agenda, I have just learned on page 18, and it was an oral report, in addition to what money we've raised now through the Prop 218 for this EWS, we have just now spent almost $242,000 extra. Where is that money going to come from when it's all tallied up? We're picking it out of water now, or we're picking it out of EWS, but I hope on the budget that you have for EWS, things are labeled. I know about Cleith Harris, geological, hydrological hiring that you did. I know what they were checking out, and I know the money because I did a PRR and looked at your expenditures report. But now today we hear, oh, that's part of the 240,000 extra. Friends, we need a budget, and we need it specifying what in the world we're spending this money on and why. I just heard the general manager saying that now and again they prioritize differently. Well, poor Rodeo Creek, Rodeo Grounds has been on the priority list for about 5 years and still hasn't had too much work done on it. I would like to know whether the 134 Santa Rosa Creek wells have a special way of handling in the high-tech telemetry what shows up again and again and again on your expenditures report, and that means troubleshoot. Friends, we can go with smartphones and we can go with high-tech computers, but those things depend upon people knowing how to work them and knowing how to repair them. And I just have heard precious little, I'm sorry to say, from the general manager about how staff is being educated in high-tech telemetry and other things to merit the spending of hundreds of thousands of dollars on this equipment. And if you want to hear your decisions about SCADA, I've got them printed out, and I'll send it to you. Just drop me a word, friends.
Thank you. Tina is followed by Tony Church. And I'm assuming we're making a couple notes to respond to these. Okay.
Okay, Tina Dickinson, again, this is so difficult. Please, please separate out these reports. First of all, I would like to make it very clear that the assumption that was made earlier by Mr. Butke, Jesse Butke, that I was associated with the lawsuit that's been filed against you is an untruth. I knew nothing about this until a press release came out. So that's the truth. The other couple of things, I do want to say thank you to the general manager and staff for what looks like some very good work, finally, and I did some site visits on these areas some time back, and there are some major improvements. I thank you for that. Now, we talk about money. We talk about, oh, we don't have enough money for this, we don't have enough money for that. Well, here's what we apparently do have money for. The PIO, 2 people got public records requests for actually since the contract began in February, but I'm just going to look at, and I have already looked at August and September. And I look at these expenses that we ratepayers are paying for under difficult circumstances financially. And I see on August 7th calls with Mark Rochefort and Gail Robinette for the support group. I see on August 19th calls with Mark Rochefort and Mr. Gresham's support group. I see on August 19th a 2-hour meeting at Mr. Rochefort's home, $200. Every one of these was paid for at $100 an hour. On August 20th, miscellaneous calls with Maria Garza Bird and Mark Rochefort. I see calls to Mr. Mel McCullough. I see work on question and answer update from Mark Kramer to Mark Kramer and Mark Rochefort. Huge amounts of money that we're being charged. Meeting with Mr. Gruber, phone calls, emails with Mark Rochefort, another $200. Letter in response to Mr. Anderson's in the Cambrian, $100. Miscellaneous mails to Mark Rochefort, including explainer on rate increase. Attended the Vets Hall meeting 9/2. I asked Mr. Gray about that. Yes, it was $200. And then I see that he also met with Mr. Rochefort, 9/6/14, another $50. More and more. Support group, New Times articles. That maybe is okay, PIO officer. But to be meeting with a support group and to find out that the monies are coming out of now the emergency water supply fund, and the fact that the funds are getting crossed out from one fund and then being taken out of another fund. I would like to know what these 3 funds are, the numbers for, and again, I'm going to put in a public records request to find out what are the funds. This is outrageous that we are paying to have a member of CCSD being paid for with our money to meet with a support group to support the election of two candidates.
Please
I
conclude
mean,
your remarks.
it has to stop. And when
Please
Ms.
conclude your
Madrid,
remarks.
I'm sorry, when Ms.
Please
Madrid,
conclude your
when
remarks.
Ms. Madrid is asked to do 2 jobs or more, and we are paying for this nonsense, Give us a
Please
break.
conclude your remarks. Thank you. Tony Church is followed by Mary Webb.
Okay. Good afternoon, directors. I'm Tony Church. At the last meeting, I asked 6 questions. I was asked to provide them in writing, which I did, but I am still awaiting a reply. So to make it easier this time, I'm only posing 3 questions, and hopefully answers will be able to be provided today. First, I do not believe that the billing for the new water project has been fully explained. As we are on a 2-month billing cycle, if the new plant operates for only 1 day during that period, I presume that the bills will be accordingly prorated. Is that true? Second, what are the triggers for the operation of the plant? I presume that this will be tied to well levels, and I would like to know what levels have been set. Third, I believe that there was talk of a subsidy for low-income families. As the day for the operation of the plant is nearing, has this been discussed further? And if so, what has been decided? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good questions. Mary Webb.
Thank you, President Behringer, for considering my request to split these items out. As you can see, 3 minutes to comment on all these is just not enough time. We have been waiting for these infrastructure repairs. It's great to see that some of these things are being done, and I applaud the general manager and the staff for actually taking care of some of those projects. I still don't know who Judy Rollins is. Did we hire a new person? Okay.
Did we hire what?
Judy Rollins. Who is Judy Rollins?
I don't know.
I was hoping
Maybe general manager will answer that.
somebody
We'll
will
see.
answer that. And then to Director Behringer, again, to start to just try to trash Cindy Hawley and Landwatch is just so distasteful and inappropriate. I think actually she's the client of Stanford Environmental Law Clinic. And you can try to just, blow that off or something, but I really don't advise it. I think it's 3 legal professionals and an entire staff of people that deadly seriously coming after us. It's not.
That wasn't me.
It's
I'm
not.
sorry.
It was in the report. I'm sorry, because
wasn't
Director
me.
Thompson brought it up.
Okay.
And
It wasn't me.
and then to associate Landwatch with Greenspace and Rick Hawley is also really inappropriate. They are not together. Rick Hawley has had nothing to do with that organization since 2010, and neither of these things has anything to do with Greenspace. And I'm really advising you right now to knock it off and tell the blue shirts to keep your groupies separate from us.
Please keep your
okay?
comments pertinent
Thank you.
to this. Okay.
Then the other thing is about the public records requests. SLO County, when their digital public records requests are no charge. So if you would digitize your files, you would ought to be able to provide public records requests like SLO County can easily do at no charge, rather than the punitive 20 cents a page thing that you're doing. And the intimidation, again, I just think is just really inappropriate from a body that should be way more respected than that. It's really inappropriate. For CDM Smith was also talking about a temporary portable desalination unit costing about $4.5 million in their April 17 PowerPoint. We had discussions. It was still temporary portable. Portable means it's on skids. It can be removed. It may have to be removed. According to the agencies, you keep going forward on a project that may have to totally be removed, that we're paying we're still going to have that $13.4 million loan, however. This is serious stuff. The ad hoc committees are the problem. You did have 2 different resolution and a motion that don't jive in January, because you did motion to approve a portable temporary desalination project, and then you gave a resolution to give the general manager authority to spend $500,000 on EWS. We need definition. What is EWS? These things need to be nailed down. If you had open transparency here, then we would know more from the ad hoc committee meetings. Why don't you bring in the agencies? That's what Morro Bay and Cayucas Joint Powers are doing. They bring in the water board.
Thank you for your
They're
comments.
bringing in the agencies. Let us talk to them, not just hiding them in behind ad hoc committee screens.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, that concludes public comment on that. Ad hoc committee reports. There we go. Oh, yeah, some responses. There you go.
Yeah, I'll work on a couple of these and let Tracy work
Sure.
on them. Ms. Bentonhausen's concerns regarding MTBE. Those concerns, we have the new operating permit for the SR3 well. All of our wells, really, it's on the website. And there are specific sampling requirements that obviously that we're doing. And we're sampling from that well, and we haven't had any indication of any kind of MTBE at all. So we're following the protocol that was asked, the requirements actually that were asked by the state for us to do. And those permits, those operating permits are on our website. Staff and telemetry. I think our staff does a fantastic job, and the guys in the water department are smart. They really are. A lot of these things, they work directly with Alpha Electric and incorporated some of the things. So as far as training goes for telemetry, there are many of the individuals that actually got this system up and running. So I don't have a concern about training at all. They're doing a good job. What we haven't done is what we did in the past, and that was solely dependent upon an outside contractor to provide us telemetry that didn't involve the staff, and the result of that was a large amount of money spent for a telemetry system that's now sitting on the wastewater shelf. So I think the interaction that we have with the water department now and Bob and myself on this telemetry system resulted in a product that's actually working. And it's not bells and whistles. It's requirements by the state of California. We're all environmentally sensitive, and those necessary fail-safes, those automatic shutdowns, those monitorings are basic rudimentary requirements in any water system now, and I think the community should be glad that we have those. And that's just the way it is with regulatory agencies. They don't want anything manual anymore. They want it operated through automation. I think the PIO is doing a fantastic job. I don't want to get into him as an individual, but I think that it's been my experience when you take on a big project like this, messaging is critical. It really is. Usually, there is a lot more involvement at a much more expense, and I think we've done a good job. We've overspent what we originally budgeted, and I take responsibility for that. Based on the complexity of this project and how fast it's moving and all the regulatory issues and the constant need to communicate, the $10,000 that I budgeted in my tightness to maintain a good budget was really unrealistic. So to criticize that it wasn't enough, I take responsibility for that. I think that the PIO has done a fantastic job on messaging to the community, and it's accurate and timely. And so our website on the fact sheet is up to date. We have more things on the website than we've ever had before. And so I just want to say thank you to that individual. With regards to the budget, well, let me go to the billing. I would refer to, there was a question about billing. What was it? Oh, how are we going to bill? And it's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, we have the capability now with the improvements to our existing MOM software to incrementally charge if it's only during a certain period of time during a 60-day billing cycle. Is that a correct statement? Where'd Monique go? Is that true or not? Okay, well, we'll get back on that. How are we going to run the system? It's my intentions, talking with CDM Smith, with the regulatory agencies, and Bob and the operations folks in the water department, is that we need to run this thing. We need to run it for 3 months, 3 or 4 months, and it won't be able to provide the entire community with water. But we need to make sure that that our staff is properly trained, that we have the necessary sampling protocols in place, that the operations manual is in place, that the regulatory agencies feel comfortable for us. So to say, Jerry, how are you going to run that? I defer that to my operations folks. I really, But my thought is, after talking extensively with everybody I just mentioned, the best thing to do is to run this 8-10 hours a day for an extended period of time, 3-4 months or so. Make sure it's functioning properly, and then based on a whole bunch of different variables, precipitation, well levels that was asked, all those things will be taken into consideration. So we will have a diversified portfolio, but I think it's important that we run, diversified water portfolio, but I think it's important that we run this thing. And not just to be running it, but to make sure that it's doing what it's intended, what it was intended to do, and that we feel comfortable and our staff is well trained on it. So the answer to that is we'll be running it for 3 or 4 months, 10 hours a day or so, and augmenting the other wells to supplement this source of water for the community. I believe Jimmy Rollins is, Tracy is an interim finance manager. One of the things that she asked for was housing, and I think that was fair, and we agreed to those terms. I'm very thankful we've had Tracy for the last 8 months or so. And so I think Jimmy Rollins, and I'll correct if I'm wrong, Judy Rollins is the person we're writing the rent check for. And so we do pay for Tracy's rent, but I think to have somebody come on an interim basis and come to a community and not give them a place to stay wasn't a good idea. So I think that's the person. And then as far as the budget for the EWS, I would refer to Tracy on that. And when will we be bringing it? I think what we've done is consistently for the last 4 or 5 months within the finance manager's report have clearly delineated what funds have been executed for this water project and what funds have been executed for the SR1 and SR3 and the Filtronics plant. The budget, and this is strategic on our part before Tracy transitions out of the organization, is to incorporate an EWS budget into the existing budget that also shows revenues and expenditures specifically for this project. So Tracy, if you want to answer that question.
Yeah, I'd just like to talk about the budget. And we had hoped to bring that forward to you in October, but as you know, a piece of that is the grant funds. And because the certainty around the grant issue needed a moment to resolve itself, as we were staging for this meeting, a decision was taken to put that off one meeting while we waited for the state and the county to work out their issue and get back on track with respect to what was going to happen with that grant, because that's going to be fundamental to how that budget is going to look. So with respect to how all that, somewhere in there was the question of how are all these things going to get paid for. You undertook some debt. That debt was undertaken specifically to fund that portion of the project that is specifically related to contracts with CDM Smith, CDM contractors, the construction component of the brackish water treatment facility. There are some other costs. It was anticipated that originally that we might get as much as $3.75 million, and in fact the debt was structured so that you would be able to give back money to the banker if there was an abundance of of grant money coming forward. That hasn't come forward yet, but we're still hopeful that we'll see some money out of that, and that's the next source of funds that we would look to pay for these costs. After that, if that was somehow inadequate, we would look to the water fund balance, and after that, to the general fund balance. But while we no longer, I think, realistically expect to get the $3.75 million, we're still optimistic that there will be a substantial grant made, and that should outstrip the costs that I'm anticipating, at least at this point in time.
And there was a couple other variables why we chose not to bring the budget process forward, and that was strategic in my decision-making process, is I think that there'll be an overlap between the exiting finance manager and the incoming finance manager. So there needs to be an efficient handoff, if you will, and that individual needs to be knowledgeable about this process. I mean, a very steep learning curve. But we also saw some changes to the project relating to additional requirements by Regional Water Quality Control Board and things like that. So I didn't want to bring you a half of a picture, if you will. I think that we pretty much have everything dialed in now with regards to anything that may be above and beyond the original cost of the project. I've always said if it stays within 6 or 7%, these are things driven by regulatory agencies. The additional liner, it was 6 inches overlap on the ponds. Regional Water Quality Control Board came back and said we want 18 inches. We need to be respectful of that. They came back and said we need to double line the water feed pipe and the brine pond line. We need to abide by what they're asking us. So what we'll be bringing to you is real-time information on what we think all the anticipated changes are to the project and any amount that may be over than the original amount anticipated. So we need to just give you an accurate budget.
Thank you, General Manager. Director Robinette.
Thank you. I just had one comment, and certainly that was an excellent. The responses were very clear. I come from a background as a professional staff developer. That's what I did. And sometimes I hear that perhaps we're not providing proper training, proper professional development. That would be a concern I would have. And I think when you talked about what we're going to be doing with the emergency water system and the people that will be here that are familiar with the system, you are talking about what is the highest level of possible learning model, and that is hands-on. You are having peer partners from CDM Smith and our staff here spend at least 3 months together so that they really, at the end of that time, we can feel very much confident that we can really count on our people to know exactly how to manage this, how to troubleshoot this, to feel very, very confident. So I think that's a very key piece, and I just say thank you for that.
Okay, so it's 4:16, and we're already at the ad hoc and committee reports. So, yes, it's wonderful, and we'll start with Director Rice.
It is already 4:15. I will try to make this as brief as possible, but I see 8 items sitting here on my list, so I've been a busy woman. First, Forest Committee meeting. Forest Committee meeting went quite well, and there is a fairly significant amount of grant money available, and Chief Miller and Fire Safe Focus will be working on getting some money to fund. I'm not sure exactly what kind of project yet, but they're looking at the situation with the trees being the dying trees, and we can't transport those trees if they have to come down. We can't leave them all on the ground for habitat. We do leave some of them, but the ones that we don't leave on the ground, we can't transport out of the area because of the pitch canker. So we have to figure out what we're going to do with the trees that are dying, and I'm really sad how many trees are dying. But so there's some monies available, and Chief Miller will be working hopefully with Fire Safe Focus and a grant that's already been written that they were not awarded last year. So hopefully it won't take too much time, but we may be able to. Anybody who's interested in finding out more about that is welcome to talk to me or Chief Miller. Second, the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary Advisory Committee is meeting tomorrow in this room at 8:30. They're going to be, the agenda will have items relevant to sanctuary that's right off our coast here. If anybody's watching this live or anybody that's still here is interested, that's tomorrow at 8:30, and I intend to be here as a private citizen, because I think that it's kind of an important, it's an important sanctuary that we need to be paying attention to what's going on, especially since we need water, and there's a lot of water out there. It's protected. That we need to make sure that it stays protected. Third, I did talk to Courtney Howard yesterday at the Public Works Department to see if they'd heard anything else on the grant. They're still sitting twiddling their thumbs and seeing what the state's going to decide. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we will end up hearing that we do get some money. I went last Tuesday to the Water Summit. I think some of the rest of you were there. It was a very good water summit at the Board of Supervisors last Tuesday afternoon. I recommend you check out some of the presentations made by the different county agencies, because there was a lot of information, and our name popped up right and left, including in Fire Chief Lewin's report. He showed a lot of pictures of our forest and the damage that the drought has inflicted, in addition to the other things that are going on with our forest. So I recommend it. You can go online to the SLO County and just take a look at some of those presentations from Tuesday afternoon last week. Also related, General Manager brought this up, but I'd like to emphasize it a little more. San Simeon's recycled water facility is now permitted to allow folks to use that water for landscaping, and they can sell it outside of San Simeon. They had been restricted by their permitting to only San Simeon residents, and they've now made an effort to be permitted so the water is safe, so that you can go up and get it and use it for landscape irrigation. You have to be trained specifically, and what Renee told me is that she would like to hold a workshop here in town, hopefully at the Vets Hall, in the evening time. So because they can't just let anybody go and hook up their 50-gallon tank. They have to, everybody that is allowed to use it will have to be trained on the safety of it, as we saw at the beginning of the meeting with the gray water and the rainwater catchment. There are some regulations. There's things about not being able to store it for a certain length of time. You have to pretty much get it and use it. So I look forward to seeing that soon, because I know that I've seen the yards around my neighborhood, and they are looking very sad and dry, because people are saving water, and it is definitely at this point affecting the landscaping around town. I don't think that it's anything that can't be rectified once we get some rain, but I do want to make sure that people know that we're trying to get together with the San Simeon CSD to get access to some of that water, because they would like to see us have some landscape watering. Two last things. I plan to attend the Coastal Commission in Half Moon Bay in November, which is the second week. I'm going to go up as a resident of Cambria, because we didn't have time to get it onto the agenda. I will make a similar statement to what I've made before, indicating that I'm there as a public citizen. And what I've done before at those meetings is to just let them know what decisions had been made by the full board and at votes about our emergency water supply, and elicit hopefully some sense of we need their help for getting our permanent regular permit through the process. And like I said, I don't go and speak for the board, but I do just provide the facts of here's the update of what's been going on. And I've cultivated, the date is it's the second week, so it's like the 13th, 14th, 15th, 13th through the 15th in Half Moon Bay. So that's, and then the last thing is I gave each of you, and if anybody, I'm sorry I didn't have enough pieces of paper to run extras, but if anybody wants what I gave to the rest of the board, I gave a copy to Monique for the public record. I attended the recent CSDA conference, the California Special District Association conference, and part of in the bylaws, because I was at a 3-day conference. I provided a written report. It was a very good conference, and it really re-energized me for trying to make sure that what we're doing here is be a good governing board. on the first sheet, I put a little asterisk by the sessions that I went to, and the keynote speaker was excellent, and his talk was all about trust, and that's what the extra pages are that I gave you behind the summary kind of the different. There's a website listed on here, so don't just toss this out the door when you walk out the door. There's a website on here that all of these different sessions, the materials, the PowerPoints that the people used for those presentations are available at the website, and you don't have to have a special password or anything. So if you find any of those topics particularly enlightening, it was a very, they had a lot of very good experts there that were, it's also good to network with other people that are on special district boards and other special district staff people to find out what they do in their districts. And I want to put in a plug for the leadership conference is next month in November, and it's the Leadership Academy, which and all of these different trainings are co-sponsored by the SDRMA, the Special District Risk Management Authority, and we do get a break on our insurance rates. The more board members we have trained through these programs, the better rate we can get on our insurance. So there's that benefit to it also. But you can get your leadership certificate that they provide. This one's in Anaheim, and in a two-day session, you can get what otherwise would take you 4 days, because it would be 4 separate workshop days to do. It's not that expensive, and I actually, there's numerous sessions, because I didn't go to the leadership conference, but I've already got my leadership certificate. Merle has his too.
I have mine, I think.
I have mine.
Yeah.
You guys,
I think everybody's
this
got
one has special. This has a special track for advanced, for board members that have already got their certificate. It has an advanced set of sessions that are, advanced, so that you're not going over the same material that you've already had. Okay. And I have 2 of these. If anybody is interested in.
Thank you.
Can I just want to say, this is something that I kind of take a little bit of an objection to people saying that 50 gallons per person per day is somehow a draconian measure. If a house has all efficient fixtures, you can easily use 45 gallons a day or less, and you can look at the EPA, the AWWA, any measure that people take. If you calculate up number of toilet flushes, amount of times a week you use the washing machine, and if you have all efficient fixtures, 45 gallons a day, you don't have to alter your behavior in any way, shape, or form. Not carrying water from one way to the other, not using water from your shower and dumping it in your toilet tank. None of that has to happen to be able to use 45 gallons a day indoors. The outdoor watering is what causes you to go over those 50 gallons. And Cambrians have done a shockingly amazing job. The residents here have really gone beyond what is that 50 gallons a day. And most people that I know that are using half of the 50 gallons that they're allocated are like, it's no big deal, I'm managing. I would like my plants to not be dying, but I'm managing. And I don't want us to think that 50 gallons a day is draconian, because really it's not. It's a reasonable amount of that's the amount of water indoors that Los Osos residents are going to be restricted to once they have their wastewater treatment plant online. So it is not out of the realm of what is still a comfortable way to live. We can do it. I also want to make sure that it's absolutely clear we are in an emergency, because we can say all day that we're not out of water today. Yeah, we're not out of water today. We didn't run out of water in August. Yay, thank goodness, because people are saving. Nobody in this room, nobody on this board, nobody on our staff can tell us exactly when we might run out, but doesn't matter what district you're in, there's almost no water agency on the planet that can say, oh, we're going to run out at this number of gallons. They just don't, they can't, even if they have a reservoir, they can't tell us. So it's not that it's our district doesn't know. Nobody really knows when you run out of water. We also can't predict what our rainy season is going to be like. It's all well and good to say we're not running out of water, we're not in an emergency, but if we don't get rain this year, if we don't get a good amount of rain, we will be out of water. We will be really in a situation where we do know how much water we actually have because we won't have any more. So as much as I want it to rain, I also want to make sure that everybody in the community knows we're not doing this because we think that it's never going to rain again. We're not doing this because we're out of water right now. We're doing this so that we don't run out of water, because if we don't get the rain, we won't have the water, and that's the reality of it. And that means that we are in an emergency. Nobody can. It's good to be a Monday morning quarterback. It's really easy to have 20/20 hindsight. We're trying to have the foresight to do it ahead of time so that we aren't in a situation that's even worse, because it could get worse. And I don't want it to, but it could get worse. And so that's why I'm glad that we're at least doing something to mitigate the possible emergency. Thank you. Crisis.
Thank you for your report. Any other ad hoc committee, Director Robinette?
Okay, just one thing, and it does go back to conservation. We did have a conservation ad hoc meeting this month, and it has been a long haul for all of us. Everyone, as Director Rice was mentioning, we have all been doing our part. We've been carrying our buckets. We've been conserving. But it does get to be a long haul. And so, and one of the things I am working on right now is we apparently have a couple of spaces on our lamp posts. And so I'm starting to work with a couple of community members and get some students involved in the possibility of designing a couple of banners that we would put up as CSD as just good continuing tips on the conservation practices. And because, you know, it is that the more we can involve and continue to encourage people to stay the course here, I think the more the whole community benefits. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you. Director Thompson? I have a short report. I was at the NCAC meeting the other day, and something that all the board members should be aware of is that there was a couple of projects that were up before the Coastal Commission, and the Coastal Commission let out a pretty big staff report on each of these two projects. One was Kingston Bay, and one was the Fox project. And one of the things that they've done, not the county, but the Coastal Commission, is starting to recognize, or is reluctant to recognize pipeline projects. Now, we've always had, you know, new intent to serves. We haven't issued any intent to serves, but these pipeline projects were things that people had. It was, and one of them, for instance, Green Space sold a meter that they had, a pipeline project, sold it to a customer, and they were going through the application, and the good reason that we had pipeline projects and the good reason we had for transferring a meter required that you retire some lots. There was, I believe, 5 lots that were retired. When it moved, there was additional lots that were retired. And so this was good for the community, I thought. But the applicant, since looking at the uphill battle they needed to have, both Kingston Bay and this particular project, the Fox project, they withdrew their application. And of course, we also put something in place that said that even if you were to go through with a pipeline project, you can't connect. So that might have affected it. But we should know that just because there's a pipeline project out there, they might be denied, regardless of the source. So it's just something we should all know of. If you have any questions, other than that, that's my report on the NCAC. Any questions? Okay. With that said, we do have one If David Hills, is David Hills still, he had to leave? Oh, I saw him. I thought maybe he was just going to take a break. Are we now on the consent agenda?
Move approval of the consent agenda with, except for E to be discussed.
I second it.
It's been moved and seconded.
I have one minor change to the minutes, very, very minor.
Minor change in the minutes?
The very last public comment is not Jeff Waters, Jeff Walters,
Walters, I noticed that too.
WALTERS,
Very good.
with that change.
I would incorporate that into the motion.
Okay, with that incorporated in the motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Seeing none, we'll move on to, let's consider item 7E. And perhaps Mr. Gruber can introduce that.
Thank you, President Berenger and board members. Item 7E is consideration to approve initial operations and support for the emergency water supply project by CDM Constructors Incorporated, and authorize the general manager to execute an agreement for such services. The recommendation is consider approving the proposal for the initial operations and support of the emergency water supply project for the amount of $136,299.52. The fiscal impact, the cost estimate is in the amount of mentioned above, and the amount was not included in the fiscal year 2014-15 Water Department operating budget, and will need to be addressed as part of the mid-year budget process, which will be next month. Just a brief discussion, and I outlined the reasons why collectively staff and a district engineer and the operations, the water department support this. The emergency water supply project is on schedule and is anticipated to be completed on November 14th, 2014. Staff has also been in correspondence with the Department of Drinking Water regarding the level of certification required to operate the emergency water supply project. Through ongoing and productive dialogue with the Department of Drinking Water, it has been determined that a Water Treatment Operator 3 certification is required to operate the plant. This T3 designation is considered to be the chief plant operator, while the T2 designation can operate the system as a shift operator. Staff met with the operational and project management staff from CCI to discuss the initial startup and the first 3 months of operations for the emergency water supply project. Staff believes that for the following reasons, CCI would be the best choice to provide these critical services to CCSD. And I listed those reasons, and one of the questions that I was asked prior to this meeting is why are we paying $136,000 for a T3 operator? It comes to roughly about $200 an hour or so. But if you look at the scope of work, it also includes several things that I think the Department of Drinking Water is requiring of us. They want to make sure that we have proper laboratory sampling protocol in place, the proper operating protocol in place. As mentioned earlier by Director Robinette, training is very, very critical. This is a highly technical plant. It's not your standard well. I think lessons learned, I was told not to bring this up, but I think I will, is that we saw what it cost us, but it cost us 11 years later on the SR4 well. We built a very expensive plant there, and we did not properly transition from the construction of that plant to the operational mode of that plant. And there were many things undone, including staff being properly trained. And so I think that with a system as expensive as this, and I kind of gasp a little bit at the cost too. We're not only paying for the operator, we're paying for several things that will result from the operation of them, like I said, the laboratory protocol and the operations protocol. But we're also bringing experience. You know, T3s are pretty common. We have 3 of them, as I indicated in my staff report, on board. But a T3 that has the technical knowledge in running a facility like this, and this particular individual that we've targeted and spoke with CCI about, has run their San Diego facility, which is a very complex brackish water desal plant. So with that, I'll be more than happy to answer any questions. Again, I feel comfortable with the time frame because I think that we need to run this. I don't think we need to kick it on and kick it off and kick the tires and see what happens. So I'll be more than happy to answer any questions at this time.
Well, let's start with Director Robinette.
Thank you for that. I'm trying to see you. Okay. So what I'm understanding is then that we're going to work with some people from San Diego who have lots of professional experience. They'll be the ones that will be our professional developers, so to speak?
Yes, they'll actually going to be on site. This includes lodging for them also, and it will be one individual that will be committed just to this project, but also have the entire CDM CCI support team behind them.
Is this CDM Smith or CDM?
It's a subsidiary of CDM Smith. In other words, it's the same, it's their operational branch. CCI is the folks that are building our facility right now. So it's their operational branch. And there was dialogue early on about doing an RFP and going out and possibly having like a Cal Water or a Golden State Water. And because of several reasons, as I indicated in my recommendations and the pluses to it, I just don't think that's a good idea.
I would agree, because you are still continuing to work with the very people who ought to know the system best. But, so my question is, there will be one person that comes and stays with us, or two, and how many days is that contract running?
It indicates in here, the following will be provided by CDM Smith: provide a minimum T3 licensed water operator for the transition period for equivalent startup and testing of the ongoing operations. A total 80 hours, 5 weeks for a 2-week period. That's startup. Provide a minimum T3. I want to correct myself. There are some T4s and T5s also that have higher, that they could, if something happens to this operator, there's a backup plan that are experienced in this kind of operation. Licensed water operator for initial operating period, total 528 hours. That's 4 days a week for 12 weeks. And then it talks about instituting a sampling protocol, identifying and developing standard operating procedures, monthly regulatory reports, and provide on-call remote during the initial operating period if CCSD determines to need an operator during weekend hours when CCI operator is out of the area. So what we plan on doing is transitioning our operators to feel comfortable and be able to operate this. And the last bullet is if this operator has to go home every once in a while, we can't have them, on the weekends, they'll be on 24-hour call to give us the support.
Okay, then the next question is, and that also, and so obviously that person's going to be their mentor. There's going to be much hands-on for them. That is what's critical, of course, to empower them to then have the skills. The next question is, I would think with this investment that we would want to have people that they are training here that are our staff, that we would expect them to see one of them be T3 qualified and go for certification, so that we have our own staff member with that level.
Well, we currently have 3 T3 operators. And so we have Justin, Jason, and Larry. And correct me if I'm wrong, don't we? They're all T3s. They're all T3s right now.
Okay, great. So it's just that
to
specialize in this new system, but they already have that kind of certification. That's fantastic.
And we're recruiting for one T1 right now. But we feel confident. I'd originally said, well, our existing staff could do it, and that's really not. That's not a practical. You don't turn on a Rolls Royce and let.
No, not after the investment and how important it is. I think you go for the expert. You have current staff then feel that they have now been, they have been empowered to really take over by the time they leave.
Bob and I actually met the individual that would be the main operator and ask him the pointed questions about his experience and his comfort level in operating this system, and to tell us a little about what he's operated before. And we felt comfortable. I mean, I just don't want you to think I'm rubber stamping a $136,000 request to the board. I wish I could come to you with something cheaper than that, and I have negotiated with them, and they feel that this is a fair and equitable amount based on the amount of support they'll have from other CDM staff.
Cheap is not always as effective.
Yeah, that was my concern.
Yeah, so this amounts to about how much an hour?
I was told if I take the total hours,
I took it from.
Yeah.
Did you figure it?
No,
yeah.
How much?
How much?
225 an hour.
225 is
And I
not
just
out
took
of the
that
realm.
for
Is not out of the realm, I'm sorry to say. I mean, it's a good business.
All right, Director Rice. Director Rice.
On, one thing you said, before I get to my question, one thing that you did say, you feel comfortable with his ability to run the system. That's awesome. Not everybody is a teacher or a mentor. I hope this person can not just do it, but explain it, because not everybody is able to do that as easily as other folks. Some people can try, and then they just don't have the communication skills. So I hope that that's been factored in at least a little bit. I know we have really bright people on staff that hopefully will be able to pick it up, but I just wanted to put that out there. My question is, as much as I want to track everything, almost why are you bringing this to us? Wasn't staffing this thing part of the operations rate increase wasn't that included in the rate increase for the operations, was additional money for staffing?
Well, first of all, there was the 20% contingency built into the rate structure for waters that, for the water department to augment above and beyond what was required to fund the project itself. I'm bringing it to you because it's well beyond and I wanted to have a dialogue with the board. I wanted to have a conversation
And I'm not
about-
objecting
yeah.
to that. I'm just saying, didn't we see this as part of the rate increase, was that we were going to see this amount? I mean, it seems like a lot of money, but it was something that was part of the rate 218 rate study, right?
I don't think it was specifically identified within the rate study as an operation variable. But again, and I'll allow Tracy to comment on the 20% above. But I'm just bringing it to the board because, yeah, there was some conversations about early on when the project started about who was going to operate it. And then I had made the comment, well, our staff can do it. And then as I spent more time on the job site, I realized that this is a very complex, and our staff is spread pretty thin right now. So.
No, I want to be clear. I'm very thankful that you brought it
But
to
I guess
us.
the question
just
you're
wanted to
asking,
make
isn't
sure
this,
wasn't it part of the 9 million
I would say
that
yes.
was part of the rate study,
No,
right?
But
Tracy, I'll let you.
For the operations?
Before you comment, let me tell you what, and I appreciate that. I believe that when we were approving the project, one of the things in the rate increase study was the whatever $360,000 that we're going to use or whatever for operations. Did that include staffing? I think that's the question I would assume. Yeah, please.
380 was for electricity, and
Well, and other consumables, of course. I would
well,
think.
if the electricity bill is less than 380, then there'll be an excess.
But I mean, not just electricity. I mean,
But that's really, your general manager did correctly identify the 20% as really where that additional funding would come from. There was when we put the rate study together, the numbers we were working with were construction cost plus electricity cost plus other expenses and operational costs. Okay, does that make sense?
well,
And we called it a 20% contingency.
okay. I'll move on to unless somebody else has something. I'll move on to public comment, and then maybe there'll be some more clarification required. But I have Art Chapman, followed by, well, I saw Barbara Gray leave. She had to leave. So Art Chapman will be followed by Tina Dickinson.
Thank you, Mr. President, and members of the board for allowing me to speak. How's that?
There you go.
Okay. My name is Art Chapman. I'm a resident of Cambria. When I looked at the agenda, instead of requesting to speak during open comment period, this is the only item I could see close enough to the EWS that provided me an opportunity to speak specifically to this. First of all, I want to thank every member of the board for having the courage to do the right thing for our community. By installing this emergency water project, despite the constant haranguing from a vocal but determined minority. This project is a crucial first step toward giving Cambrians the water security we so desperately need. Now, we learned that Landwatch of San Luis Obispo County has filed yet another baseless lawsuit against this district, this time to attempt to delay or stop the water project. We know the suit is groundless, unless nature is playing a cruel joke on all of us. Yet defending the suit will unnecessarily cost CCSD staff precious time away from managing the district and ensuring the project is on time and within budget, as well as costing us, the ratepayers, thousands or tens of thousands of dollars that could be used to maintain our water and sanitation facilities. If past experience is any judge, this suit, as all previous suits filed by this group, will be dismissed. We hope our counsel will be successful in recouping our costs to defend us against this outrageous diversion, will be successful. Landwatch of San Luis Obispo County appears to be registered with the IRS as a 501c3 charitable organization, which is specifically prohibited from using charitable contributions for political purposes. The suit they filed so close to the upcoming election calls into question their charitable motives. Their actions are certainly neither charitable nor are they in the public interest of this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Tina Dickinson is followed by Mary Webb.
Okay, Tina Dickinson, Cambria. Quickly, I have to wonder why we even have a board. So much authority has been given to the general manager on so many incredibly expensive and this huge project, but I've never seen anything in all my time here where the board has given such authority to the general manager. That's amazing. Secondly, Proposition 218, any rate increase the district does has to go through a Prop 218 process. I don't know that all of the board members totally understand that, but that shouldn't be included in part of an emergency water supply. I mean, if you're going to do a rate increase, that is the process you have to go through. I do believe that Engineer Greshams made a gross mistake when he said his calculations were 318 acre-feet. The optimum that you were going for was 250 acre-feet. My understanding from DPH is that that dropped, and it's more like around maybe 220 acre-feet. But the other issue is that if you look in the report and you go to page 26, 3-2, that you're still going to have to use water from Santa Rosa. Are you aware of that? Have you read the report? So if the 250 has now been elevated by 68 acre-feet, why then on page 26 of the tracer study test report is it saying that you are going to be needing to use your backup supply at Santa Rosa? Mr. Gruber, can you please answer that? I do think a mistake was made on the 318. I honestly do. I think that has to be checked.
Okay.
If anything, it would come down. Speaking of T3s, if T3s get $2.25 an hour, and that's with, according to Director Robinette, that's fine. I would have to say, then what are our T3s getting? We have 3 of them. How does that compare to what they're getting paid? Do we yet have a wastewater level chief operator at level 3 yet, since Mr. Finnegan left in June? Do we? Do we, Mr. Gruber, have a wastewater? I mean, please, this is not public comment. And this is why we need 2 new directors who are going to give us transparency. Please, folks, vote for Hellman and Hawley, because we can't go through this anymore.
Ms. Dickinson, let me answer a couple things. I think that when Mr. Gressens, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Gruber, he was calculating how much acre-feet could be produced out of, he wasn't trying to raise the amount of water that we have or less. It was his specific quick calculation, and please allow him to make a quick calculation in response to your question.
He should know that. He is the engineer. Wouldn't you think he would know that?
And additionally, the amount of money, would you let me talk a little bit?
It's more, well, you used up the rest of my time.
There you go. This operator is not going to get $225 an hour. The contract.
Oh, really?
No, that's how much you take the total amount of hours that are going to be there.
136,000?
You divide it by
For
the number
5
of-
weeks?
You divide it by it, and that's the answer. But that's not, we're getting more than that. We're not just paying that guy that much.
Yeah,
We're
well,
paying- we're
the other
also- we're
question
al-
is, you
also
know,
getting-
you took my time away from me, and I resent that. The questions you have should come after mine, and that's not fair. The other thing that's grossly unfair, and there's
Please, you have
nothing to...
another thing, you have another chance on-
Director Behringer,
on
this is
public comment
not...
later.
Please, this has nothing to do with any of this, but the fact that Mrs. McKinnon has had to wait this long till
And
5 o'clock,
hopefully
and
she
she
doesn't
had
have to
the
wait longer.
fourth...
Would you please finish your
Fourth?
comments?
She had the fourth slip-in at public comment at the beginning of the meeting. Please.
AGP operator, would you mind this? Moving on, no, we're not moving on. We have Mary Webb, followed by Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
So,
And go ahead.
if you remember, is that still on?
Okay,
I'm sorry?
turn it up.
So when we started this project, I think in the spring, I think I gave you a 26-page website list of what happened in Sand City when they tried to start their reverse osmosis Sand City brackish water desal thing. And it took probably 2 years before I think they got like a decent amount of water out of it, which I told you that. And it needs specific types of operators to operate the plant. So in the operations and maintenance budget that I thought we passed, I think, did Tracy Fuller just said that that was only for electrical, 380,000 was only for the electrical? No, I thought the 380,000 to 400,000 operation and maintenance every year was for electrical and up to 2 CDM Smith employees. So now we're getting, here's 136,000, and I'd love for you to answer all those things you were just going to answer to Tina Dixon about what that 136,299 what that money is for, because we just heard a minute ago that it's going to take, the plant needs to run at least 3 to 4 months before water comes out of it, which I also said there's no way on July 1st we're going to get water, or August 1st, or September 1st, or October 1st, or November 1st, or November 15th, or December, or January. Now we're hearing 3 to 4 months, which is probably, March of next year. So people still need to save their water and don't water your roses.
President Berger, that's not what I said. I said that this contract is for CDM Smith to be there for 3 months. We'd anticipate being able to produce water and within if you look at it, the proposal says within 2 weeks. So that's what I just wanted to correct that. That's not true.
It may be producing water, but you're not going to drink that water. Obviously, it has to travel 2 months before you can drink it, because the Department of, says it's not drinking water kosher for 2 months.
Mary,
So even when you start
Mary,
in November, December.
Mary, can't you imagine that if you put a drop of water in the ground, that molecule might take 2 months to get to you, but that whole bathtub rises. You put water in the ground, it all rises. You can use that water immediately. Not that molecule, but yeah, the water that's in front of it. We're not putting it down into an empty bubble.
You know what, I have a pretty
Oh.
good memory. I know what's been said down here, that this thing was going to produce water November 15th, which we know is not true.
You just
Anyway,
promised
so how many other
13
employees
million
are we going to need, other than this one? When earlier this year, we were talking 1 to 2, and then about springtime, CDM Smith said 4 to 5. I think we're looking at operations and maintenance of well over $900,000 a year, folks.
You have a minute.
Something that was never budgeted.
There you go, thanks. Elizabeth Bettenhausen is followed by Jerry McKinnon.
I like rain. I like it so much that I think it's going to show up, I'd say about the 17th of November. And it's going to be a nice steady rain, just about 1/4 of an inch every night. So then after 7 times 1/4, that's almost 2 inches a week. Just beautiful dripping down upon San Simeon Creek area. My question is very simple, sir. Mr. Behringer, I'm talking to you, right?
Yes.
My question is very simple, President Behringer.
Yes, ma'am.
This agreement on page 63 of the agenda, that refers to 12 weeks of operating of the plant. Does that mean that if we get that wonderful kind of rain that I'm sure is going to come from November 15th to December, January, that's 12 weeks. I'm not counting the extra 2 that you might be approving right there. Does that mean that they are going to teach our staff how to operate this plant in the steady rain? In other words, what are the environmental, including weather conditions, that must pertain so that we can get excellent training on a plant which is to provide us water when it doesn't rain?
Interesting concept. Mr. Gruber?
Interesting concept. I got it from reading C.B.M. Smith.
Mr. Gruber?
If it rains, we're going to run it. I think
That's
that's
right,
the
good.
operating protocol. Yeah, I
Of
mean,
course.
yeah.
Of course, we need to run it to get
Absolutely.
it,
I mean,
the bugs checked out.
Yeah, you have
I
to,
wasn't clear, sir, and I've got
Okay.
124
Yeah.
left. I wasn't clear. If I want to teach my first graders where I volunteer how to add 1 + 1, I do not use an example that depends upon algorithms. I don't use an example that depends upon their spelling. I must help them learn 1-to-1 in the conditions in which they will need to know 1-to-1. If you train these staff to run this plant under conditions of marvelous rainfall, you are training them to use their skills to run the plant when officially you said we will not be running it because we don't need it. Unless, of course, we have to run it even more, and then the electric rate might go up to $400,000 a year.
There you go. Interesting. You don't have a, I mean, I don't have a comment on that one. Jerry McKinnon, please. And that'll finalize our public comment on 7E. No, this is, Teresa's first on the public comment, which is going to happen soon, I hope. Yes, sir.
Jerry McKinnon, with a
Mr. McKinnon.
level of ignorance, perhaps the question can be answered with a simple yes or no. The gentleman that's coming up from San Diego, he's going to work for a certain period of time at a certain rate of pay. When his job is completed, then we will not have that additional expense anymore, but the rate of pay will go back to the pay schedule that is in operation at the present time. Is that true?
I will let Mr. Gruber
yes.
comment then. But the 200 and some dollars an hour also provides us manuals, testing protocols, housing, and it also includes backup support from the people. So if this guy is working and he's built and he's running the plant, and correct me if I'm wrong, he's also developing operating protocols, testing protocols. He's going to leave a manual, an operating manual. It's more than just him, some guy sitting there.
I'm not
Okay.
challenging,
Right.
I'm not challenging that at all. I just want to know, when his job is finished, the person who runs the plant, is he just on our regular salaries or pay schedule that we
yes.
have now, or will you have to hire somebody special that will get a different pay?
Yes, be a regular salary. And one of the encouraging things about talking to the Department of Drinking Water about this also is that during this time, they'll be building the operator's confidence up, but also having some assurances that everything's going to run properly. And remember, as part of this contract, as part of the design-build contract, $150,000 is telemetry. So just like every other system, this system will be able to operate with fail-safes and operate remotely. So this first couple months, the Department of Drinking Water wants to have the confidence level that everything's going smoothly. During startup, that's important. I don't know what else to say. It's just
I accept
really,
all of that.
yeah,
I find I want an expert on the job, and he's an expert. But once the staff is trained to do it, then they're just like any other employee in the district. Thank you.
That's correct. So do we, I'll accept the motion.
And move acceptance of our approval of staff recommendations on 7E.
And I would second it. I think that it certainly requires the training and expertise of the staff to provide that guidance and oversight for our people, and I think it's an entirely appropriate expenditure of funds.
And can I?
Sure,
just
comment.
One other
It's
thing,
been moved
too.
and seconded.
I also, just out of my own curiosity, sometime would like to, because you know, we are talking about somebody's hourly rate that includes their housing, their travel, the manuals, this and that, and what it is. Sometime, I would like to have the hourly rate of the attorneys who are going to have to represent us in this lawsuit, too.
All of them?
Yeah, I mean, I think what's happening with the lawsuit is going to cost the community quite a bit of money, and so I'd be interested in what their hourly rate is. It seems to be a good question.
That's an interesting question. It's been moved and seconded to accept 7E. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Well, thank you. Mr. Tom Martin has been waiting for a long time. We're going to open up the hearings and appeals 8. He loves being here. 8A, and Mr. Gruber.
I'm going to let District Counsel Tim Carmel introduce this one.
Okay, please.
Thank you, Tim.
Good evening, Board. Oh, no, it's still the afternoon. This is a public hearing under Prop 218 to consider an interim year rate adjustment from your solid waste and recycling franchisee, Mission Country Disposal. The franchise in Section 9.3 provides for these interim year rate adjustments. I believe the basis for this adjustment is primarily a tipping fee increase at Coldwater Canyon Landfill of about $2.20 a ton. I think that rate increase is actually for 8 years, but it's $2.20 a year for 8 years. So we'd recommend that you consider protests under Prop 218. I think you need 1,964 in order to satisfy majority protests. I don't know how many we have, but I think it's almost nominal. How many do we have? So we have 3. Close the public hearing and then consider the resolution to approve that rate increase.
Okay, I would like to first receive a report and presentation by Mission County Disposal.
Mission Country Disposal.
Mission Country.
I'm Tom Martin, and I have worked for 27 years for Mission Country Disposal. I'm happy to be here today. I'm a little bit disappointed because when I first got here, we had a full house, and I thought they were here to listen to me talk trash, but apparently that wasn't the case. Next slide. If you take a 10-year look at the, over the past 10 years, what's happened with rate increases, over that 10-year period, our rates have gone up 1.86%. If you look at the U.S. City Bureau of Labor stat number for that same time frame, it's 2.34%. Next slide. Basically, what's driving this is 2 big factors. We can control the cost of trucks, we can control the cost of laborers, we can control tire usage and route miles driven and those kinds of things. What we can't control is the landfill, and we can't control insurance. We can't control what goes on in Sacramento or Washington, D.C. So for the insurance piece of this pie, what happened with the passage of the federal government rules is that the state of California changed their rules, and our employees who had a lot of their families on the CalMed and things like that all of a sudden discovered that that was no longer available, so we had a whole rash of people sign up for insurance. The landfill increase, we haven't had a landfill increase for about 10 years. Basically, Cold Canyon, you dig a hole and you fill it up, and we've been able to get by with what the rates were set 10 years ago. We have to go into an expansion area because we're running out of room, and so we've expanded for the next 25 years. Next slide. And if you look at some of the stuff that is new to us, these were all conditions that were placed on us by the County Planning Department. Our project was approved, and we actually appealed the approval of our own project to try and get some of this stuff taken away. We were not successful. And I'm not sure I know what a legless lizard is or some of that other stuff, but we're required to spend all that money to monitor all those things and do all those things from an environmental standpoint because it's in the permit. And there isn't a lot we can do about that. In order to accomplish all those things, dig the new holes and comply with the new environmental regulations, which I'm sure you've run into when you do water plants and different things, we're going to have to spend about $25 million over the course of the next 20 years. And so what we did was we worked out a deal with the auditor's office that instead of trying to front load the pricing at Cold Canyon so that there'd be one big hit and then that would be good for a while, we negotiated with them and we got it down to $2.25 per ton for the next 8 years, every year for the next 8 years. Next slide. And you can see right now that the Cold Canyon rate is at $36.50 a ton. Within your contract, you have the right to tell me to take it to someplace other than Cold Canyon, if you so desire. There are probably some costs associated with that we would have to include in the rates. But currently, Cold Canyon is at 36, and everybody else is a whole lot higher. And Paso Robles has instituted the same kind of 8-year plan where their rate's going to go up $2 every year for the next 8 years. As all of those landfills start to comply with the new environmental regulations coming down the pipe, their rates will go up too. So Cold Canyon is still a good option. We still think you should go there, and it's still a good deal. Next. As I said, it's going to go up $2.25 every ton every year for the next 8 years. That works out to be about 1% to the ratepayers in Cambria, and it's 1% for the ratepayers in San Luis Obispo and Mission Country, other places that we serve, and in the South County as well. And the other thing that's going to be a future driver of costs is that we're going to be including food waste collection in the green waste program here shortly. We've been working with the IWMA to try and get that included for the last couple of years. We run into a couple of roadblocks, but we think we're coming to closer and closer to being able to meet that goal. And in order to meet the 75% diversion by 2020, we will need to do food waste. So that's another thing that's probably coming down the pike that's going to drive rates. It's not included in this, but just kind of gives you a future warning factor. And other than that, are there any questions? The increase amounts to about 34 cents for the one-can customer, which are the majority of customers in Cambria. So we're talking about 34 cents a month, essentially.
Director Rice?
Two questions for you, one on future plans and one on current structuring. Current structuring, I know more than a few people that don't fill up their entire can every week, and I know that it costs gas to get up here and haul it back, and it costs the employees the same amount for the employees for that. There's some people also that this is their second home and they don't even put out trash every week. So I don't know if there's any way to, and I think I raised this the last time we had an increase or when we were redoing the contract, can't remember when it was, that if there's any way to have a smaller can so that that could be, that would be a slightly lesser charge. Now, I know a lot of the cost, what's driving a lot of the cost, I understand, is personnel and fuel, and I completely understand that. And 34 cents is not a lot, but this is my opportunity to raise this again, hopefully as an option for somebody who maybe their goal is zero waste, or their goal is diverting 75% of their own personal to recycling, that those folks are somehow at least don't have to pay as much or are rewarded somewhat by the fact that they're not producing as much, and so you don't have as much that you have to pay for tipping fees.
Yeah, the disposal difference between putting out a 20-gallon can versus putting out a 32-gallon can is about $1.60 a month. So if you want to move in that direction, we can certainly put that proposal on the table for next time. The biggest driver is the fact that 82% of the cost of collection is trucks and men and driving 3 trucks up and down the street every week. So the fact that that you put out a 32-gallon can or a 20-gallon can, the savings that come from that are marginal at best for us.
Well, what you were just presenting as part of what we have for the increase is that the increase is partially because of insurance, but also because of the tipping fee going up. because of the new regulations.
It is, and the tipping fee represents, a small piece of what the rate makes up.
So it's
but-
still, so the increase, even though the increase is, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but, so the increase, even though the increase is based on insurance and the tipping fee going up, the tipping fee is still such a nominal part of the amount of the rate that gets paid, or the costs, I should say.
The differential between going to a smaller can, because it doesn't eliminate disposal, it just means the disposal is less. So you're talking about the delta between.
Over an
two
entire community, though, a smaller can, you could end up with a fairly large amount of savings over a year. I'm just
Yeah. We
saying
can
that
certainly
that's,
put that in the proposal for next year because of the Prop 218 rules. It can't be done in this one, but.
no, I wouldn't expect it to be
Yeah,
done
we
in
can.
this one.
we
I'm
can
just trying to
come forward
raise
with
the
something
issue so
along
that
those
when it
lines,
comes.
if you want.
And
Certainly, I
then
don't
the
have a problem
longer
with
term issue, the couple of the trainings, as you heard, I've been to a couple of CSDA trainings. A couple of them were held in the Monterey, at the Monterey Bay facility that they have up there, where they do a lot of, not just recycling, but they do energy production and things like that. Is there any plans in the future to do any of those kind of projects where you're recapturing some of the methane to create energy, or do you do any of those kind of projects where you could actually recapture some of the costs by providing energy, or any of the other? I know there's a lot of new processes that can be done with waste to create energy.
Yeah, we've been capturing the methane at Cold Canyon for about the last 15 years.
And how's that going? Are you going to be expanding that, or it's not?
Originally, we sent it over to the Plains Oil people that are on Price Canyon Road doing oil, and they would use it to mix with the virgin gas to inject steam. The Air Board said they couldn't burn our methane anymore, so we now have a 20-cylinder genset that generates electricity that we put back into the grid and save our electricity costs.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have any other directors have something? Because this really is it easy to pause service here in Cambria? And what I'm thinking of is we have some people that only come here for a couple months a year. Can they pause their service and not pay for it, or is everybody paying?
Well, what we've established is that there's a vacation rate. If you leave and go long-term, we take the disposal out of it, because unfortunately, I still have to drive the truck past your house every week, all 3 trucks. And so there is a rate that's set up that doesn't have disposal in it because you're not putting anything out, and you can go on vacation rate for a certain extended amount of time. But other than that, no. If you make it too available for those people, that means the people that stay here have to bear the fixed costs more. So it's kind of a and/or question.
Yeah, I kind of understand that. You have to drive by whether they put the receptacle out, but if they don't put the receptacle out month after month, at least you don't have to stop and pick and tip. So anyway, in future rate increases, I think that's something that I'm trying to find ways to save. I got a letter. I got 2 letters actually from people that say, "Why am I paying for this when I'm never here?" And they have a decent argument. So in the next year, if I'm here, then I think it's something that at least should be considered.
Yeah, we can certainly look at it. I can tell you that Cayucas used to provide an exemption for people that weren't there, and they stopped them entirely, because what happened was it turned out that 1/3 of the town all of a sudden was on exemption, and so that means the 2/3 that stayed there the bill was higher because they had to foot the fixed cost. So it's more a political decision than it is a financial decision.
Right. Okay, I understand. So thank you for your report, and with that, I'll open the public hearing to consider all public comment and in support and in opposition to the proposed rate increase. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and report results of Proposition 218 written protests. Ms. Madrid, you are going to report the results of the Proposition 218 written protests?
We received 3.
3, okay. Now discussion. Ms. Robinette, any discussion? No discussion? And a majority of protests did not exist. Therefore, the rate increase will be effective January 1st, 2015. Mr. Carmel, do I have to do any more than that? Yes, I do.
Yes, you have to adopt the resolution approving the rate increase.
Okay. Can I have a motion to adopt the resolution? Don't jump at it too quick.
I'll move to adopt Resolution 37, 2014, 1.12 rate increase effective.
For solid. Yeah, you don't have a mic on. Talk to the mic. Could somebody get ready for a second? Okay.
Okay, I'll move that we adopt Resolution 37, 2014, approving Mission County's disposal 1.92% rate increase effective January 1, 2015.
Do I have a second? Mr. Thompson seconds. Let's have a roll call vote on this. It's a resolution. Ms. Madrid?
Director Clift?
Yes.
Director Thompson? Yes. Director Rice?
Yes.
Director Robinette?
Yes.
President Berenger?
Yes. Okay, now we'll move on to resume public comment, and I really appreciate Teresa McKinnon for as patient as she is, and we also have a lot of people that watch this, I find out, walking down the street. I don't see people in the audience, but sure enough, they're there. So hopefully, Teresa McKinnon, if you can, followed by Tina Dickinson. No, Tina Dickinson never talked on item 5, is that right? Are you ready, or you're done? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, followed by Joe Crowley then.
Teresa McKinnon, I've been a 14-year homeowner in Cambria. I'm not patient. You know that, I already spoke to you earlier. I got here at least a half hour before any of you weren't even in the parking lot, when I made my husband drag me down here at 11:30 so I could put in my request. I put it on that desk like we're supposed to. I would suggest that in the future, and don't even put that timer on, if it doesn't take 3 minutes, it won't, but if it does, it will. I put it on here. I would suggest that in the future, you number the requests as they come in for Monique to do, and then when you get them, put them in that order. I have 3 things I want to speak to. I would like these people to stand. Half of them aren't here anymore. This is a marathon. Mary Webb, Tina Dickinson, Elizabeth Bettenhausen. I wanted Jeff and Rick to be here, and Lou Blanc, he's been here and gone. I don't think he's here anymore, is he? I would like to thank them. I have sat through 4 years and never missed a meeting, not one. I've been to many meetings this year, and I would like to thank them, because without them, we wouldn't have all this research that we have. And you can call them the crazies, the naysayers, the no-growthers, and the liars, and beyond that, a whole bunch more. And I have heard you people calling them that, the crazies. That's a favorite name. And they're not crazy. And I'm not crazy. You know, I don't know why, Jim, you would expect me to trust you. When you shuffled those around, I don't know how you did it, but look, there's nobody here. What good is it for me to speak at all, and nobody's going to watch it on TV for that long? I mean, I wouldn't. So I'm just speaking to you people. That's one of the things. Did you people stand up? Stand up. Darn it. Stand up. Okay, the second issue is when Jerry Gruber gets an interview in the Tribune, and I think I have it right, and he says, oh, we're wonderful people. We're saving 40% of the water. He's not accounting for all the tanks that people bought, all the trips that they've had, all the back injuries they've had, everything. And we have someone that's spending $1,000 a month extra. What we've done is we've cut our water to 3 or 4 units. We have. And I'm tired of my own husband lugging bath water out. Some of the plants have died. We all want water. All these people that I wanted to stand, some aren't here, want water. And when all those blue T-shirts come, and they're making this like these are the people that don't want water, it's not true. That's another thing. The PIO officer, If he's a PIO officer, why did he leave right before the public comment? Number two, what good's that? And then as far as the board goes and saying these people had bad behavior behind me, I've sat here for 4 years. I've heard the good, the bad, and the ugly. And there has been ugly. One of you turns his back, not mentioning any names, on people and does other things. Another of you told me personally that she recommended to you that you not say that it was a temporary decel because it would turn people off eventually when you got the long-term decel. Merle's been busy. Over here, her sign was in my yard. She said some crazy things, but I told her not to apologize for everything. She's like, if you're outnumbered, you're constantly trying to get along. Okay, that's that. But the board behavior has been every bit as bad as the people behind me, including you. You've called Mary Webb a liar. I don't know if you apologized. You said you did. And I don't know what you did today with my name on the list. I should have been the fourth one called. Do I have another minute and 52 seconds?
This is your second 3 minutes, so you can continue. I started it
I
again
don't really
for
have
you.
anything else to say,
Okay.
so thank you very much.
I thought I'd give you that. I had, I had Joe Crowley next, right?
Thank you. I've just been a little confused by the people coming back and forth saying there is an emergency, there isn't an emergency, there should have been an emergency 2 years ago, and so on. And I was looking in the Municipal Code of Cambria, Section 412, and there's a whole algorithm in there to determine what stage we should be in, 1, 2, or 3, whether we should drop the stage down or so on. And it looked just from reading it that it was pretty complete. It had things like the rainfall, the well levels, the Southern Oscillation Index, which has something to do with El Nino, the demand, the effect of conservation measures, the projected rainfall, the high temperatures, and so on. So I was just wondering if these calculations have actually been carried out and how often, what the current status is, what they're projecting for next year. And it was interesting in with the general managers talking about the SCADA and the computer control and so on. I was wondering if these could actually be incorporated as an algorithm so we would know from day to day or week to week just how bad the situation is. And if anybody can enlighten me on that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Ahrens, followed by Catherine Hutchinson.
Thank you, Board, for letting me speak. I was not able to attend during the Greywater session, so I waited to hear just to kind of throw in my own 2 cents. And one of the reasons I decided to speak was the young lady that tried to answer your question about the Greywater when it was asked, what is the county doing about Greywater? And the answer is basically nothing. And I think you guys probably already figured that out. So I'm here as a proponent of Greywater and rain catch systems, and I'm one of the people that just, aside from this constant bickering, I'm voting for all of the above. I'm an independent consultant, and I've been working for 2 years on Greywater and rainwater catchment systems, and I just completed a 2-day conference from the National Organization for Rainwater. So there's some great opportunities available to the board. I'll give an example. The board, or not the board, but the fire department put a non-potable tank on their property this summer so they could wash their fire trucks with non-potable water. Great idea, part of our conservation. Next step would, let's catch the water off the fire roof, the building's roof, and fill that non-potable water tank up. And there's opportunities to do that all over the town. We need to lobby CAPS, the governor, the county, to expand the Greywater. Right now, they're too strict. They're based on, what Germany, what New Zealand, what Australia is doing, is amazing. What we're doing is not amazing. California's already populated, so I don't care if we get 20 inches of rain this year. We still need gray water conservation and rainwater conservation for the next 20 years. If we don't do it, it's just we're shooting ourselves in the foot, regardless of our, plant, no plant, whatever the argument is. So I wanted to bring that up. One of the things I found in my research is that the state puts up their website with all their recommendations. It's all the same stuff. Change out your washing machine, low-flow toilets, all that. Well, what really doesn't work for Cambria is we're forcing residents to spend $2,000 up in Lemert to switch out 1.6 gallon toilets. We're saving 0.3 of a gallon, but there's nobody in that house. They never flush it. So when you do the math and they extrapolate, we're saving 3 flushes times 3 toilets times 0.38, we're saving 10, 15 gallons a day. No, we're not saving 10, 15 gallons a day. We're saving 0 because there's no one there. So what I'm asking and proposing is that the board continue to look at, and myself and other businessmen in the town are at your disposal if you have questions. But what we really need to look at is what they've done with the solar industry. Solar industry 20 years ago was nothing. Now it's big time. Unfortunately, because water, we all know this, water is a unfair tax on the poor if we raise water to the market level of cost. So unlike gasoline, where you can drive a big car or a little car, have a choice of your gas mileage, the poor people don't have a choice on their water. So we can't raise the water rates to what they really should be, what the market value is. It's always going to be subsidized. We all understand that. So my point is we need to subsidize the homeowners. Right now, it's all the 1%ers putting in the rain catch systems because they're the only people that can afford it. So we have a proposal in to catch all the rainwater on the Jocelyn Center, filter it, run it through their toilets. That, you can put a low-flow toilet in there, but saving 10,000 gallons of water is 10,000 flushes that you're saving. So it's a real thing, and I want everybody to know that the leadership from the state and the county, like your website, I looked at your CCSD website. It mirrors the county website, which mirrors the state website, with basically a drop in the bucket of change.
Thank you.
Low flow toilets and all that. So that's my comment. I encourage you to keep on this gray water. I'm glad you brought it, and the gray water, rainwater is a good way to go.
Thank you. Catherine Hutchinson is followed by Harry Farmer. Catherine Hutchinson probably left. Harry Farmer is followed by Alan McKinnon.
Hi guys, how you doing?
Good.
Harry Farmer, 28-year resident of Cambria. Grateful to be here today. It's taken a little time, but that's fine. I had all these things that I was going to say, and I would say 80% of what I have written here, I'm just going to ignore. So what I first want to do is I want to commend the board for having the presentation today on gray water systems and rainwater catchment systems. I thought it was really awesome, and it's about time. It's a little bit late, but it's about time, I guess, in one fashion or another. But then I started thinking, I saw the fellow from the county, I hadn't seen him before, but the other gentleman, Mr. Bandoff, I said, I've seen this fellow before. And then I realized, whoa, by the way, my timer isn't running, but thank you so much. I can just go on forever.
Okay.
And I said, Mr. Bandoff, wow, I've seen this fellow before. Well, I saw him in March of 2010, when responsible, concerned citizens of this community organized an alternative water forum over at Rabobank. And he was one of the 4 experts that we had to discuss how do we utilize alternatives here to use water coming down from the sky to the best of our abilities. We had 2 members of this board that were at that meeting. Did they ever report what took place at that very important and meaningful and information gathering meeting? Never happened. Oh, what else did I want to remind us of? Oh, and now I do hear Clyde Warren's name being mentioned now and then with regard to, oh boy, we're going to have side stream reservoirs. Clyde Warren's been offering for years to have side stream reservoirs, and he's been just ignored. Not only that, our engineer, Mr. Gressens, who is not here right now, he has often, in his many studies, has said, oh, well, actually, side stream reservoirs are the most expensive way to collect water, whereas desal is the least expensive to provide water, I should say. What else is I wanted to say? So how many people that, I want to thank Teresa McKinnon, by the way, for mentioning the names of folks that have gotten up here for years and addressed these very issues about providing water through water tanks and cisterns and gray water systems and side stream reservoirs, and just been ignored. You know, all of us people that have been coming up here and say, we're just the troublemakers. Well, these are the people, I guess it's like the kill the messenger kind of movie that's coming out. When you speak truth, somehow people get, they get kind of uncomfortable with it. And the truth is that people have been getting up here and talking about these very issues for years and have been ignored. It's finally happening, but I'm just really concerned about even the timing of it. Whoa, well, we're finally but it's almost as if we want to make the board look good. Now, I mean, that's just my gut feeling. I hate to be a cynic. I hate to be skeptical. I mean, there were so many more things on here that I could have talked about that make me feel like, how many people, you mentioned it earlier. You talked about trust. You went to a forum and the main issue was trust. So many people in this community have lost trust with this board and with the management of this district. And like I say, I could go on, but I'm going to honor the time. We can only hope, by the way, I just want to mention one more thing. It's really interesting that when this meeting began today, and allow me a little more time, I think this is really important, if you don't mind. When this meeting began today, it was the beginning of a solar eclipse. The eclipse is over now, but for the first 3 hours of this meeting, the solar eclipse was in effect. It was a relatively minor one in the scheme of things. It wasn't a total solar eclipse, but it was in the sign of Scorpio. Scorpio is a very intense and passionate sign. Scorpio has a lot to do with what goes on beneath the surface, things that get hidden away and then they kind of come up. I was extremely disappointed in some of the behavior that took place at this meeting today and some of the comments that were made today here, you know, at this very microphone, demeaning other people in this community. You know, we live in this great community, and that there is so much acrimony going on here. I know it's part of the human condition these days, but I was severely disappointed. It was heartbreaking to live in this lovely town, and yet to see so much dissension, like I say, and acrimony, and I mean negative comments being made while people were up here speaking. Now, we may not like the behavior of some people that get up. Maybe it's a little bit irritating, but people are speaking truth. They're getting up here because they love this community and they're concerned, and they're being not just you know, ignored out here, but being. One woman up here was saying, Elizabeth Bettenhausen had spoken a little bit over her time, and the person said, "Sit down and shut up and sit down." And I went over to her and I said, "Could you be civil? Could you just be civil?" I used another word, I can't remember what it was. And the husband said to me, "Why don't you shut up?" Do we need that in this town? I mean, anyway, that's all I have to say, except one more thing about solar eclipses. Solar eclipses are all about eliminating what doesn't work and going on and creating new ways of doing things, creating new beginnings. And I can only hope that that's what's on the horizon with regard to this community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Was that, oh, Alan McKinnon.
For one of these meetings. Harry said it well. Everybody that came in here, I think, was concerned about Cambria. We have an opportunity, a wonderful opportunity to be in this great place called Cambria. But what I saw was we've been successful in further dividing with 600 or 700 people with blue T-shirts. They've divided a section of our population. And I think they're just as nasty as anyone else that has been in front of you or behind you. And for me, all 6 candidates, no matter who is on the board, the desal plant is going to happen. You have the majority now, and we'll have the majority after the vote. So that's a done deal. And yet people like Greg Hunter stood up there and said, the naysayers are going to stop the program. They don't intend to stop the program. He said the tracer test was fully successful. It wasn't fully successful, and you know that. But I think it's okay. I think you're going to realize that it is close enough so that it will be accepted. One of the things that probably bothers me the most is the fact that you're still calling it an emergency water supply system. It's no longer that. When you're going for a permanent position of permanent permitting, you might as well call it what it is. It's a supplemental water supply. And it somehow equates exactly to what you need, 250 acre-feet in the dry period. So that's probably what should be said. I also feel that financially, we really need a little more attention from a board level. And some things like we're doing with CDM, it's almost like a blank check, and we're receiving the results of a blank check. In fact, do they have spare parts included in that proposition? Is that part of it? We're having concerns about what does that $136,000 give us? Well, I don't know if that includes everything that was thought to be included, but certainly if they're providing you equipment, they're going to give you an operating manual and hopefully some other ancillary pieces of data. But the desal proposals that we had so many years ago, 2 weeks provided, and that would be sufficient for the operators to then perform, which isn't rocket science. It's more complicated than a well, as the general manager said, but it's not that complicated. And I think we have to scrutinize some of these things that are happening with a quote-unquote expert facilities maker CDM. Priority. And this has been stated before, and I'll leave it at that. There's a bunch of other things that have been said. I don't want to bother you. It's too late. People here, the present people, some of the candidates have said, that's who we're going to deal with. That's our top priority, and it should be. Second should be commercial. And then finally, the 650 people that have been waiting for 20 years. And hopefully the ones that you select go ahead and build versus just simply take the water meter and then receive a nice bonus by what they sell it for. Thank you for your time. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next agenda items, I don't even care about next agenda items.
For future agenda items. Future agenda items and then close session.
Future agenda items, do you have any?
Yeah,
I mean, you
I
know,
would like to see, I'll make a motion if I need to, but I would like to have a presentation from the general manager or the engineer or perhaps even CDM on what are the parameters for when this thing is going to be turned on and when it's going to be turned off, and we need to know the answer about the rates. I would really like to see that. We'll have, hopefully it will be running by the time we have our next meeting. If it isn't running by then, I certainly definitely want to see it in December. Do I need to make a motion, or will that be?
I'll just include it in my general manager's report.
No, I would like to have a full board discussion, because I
Right.
think this
Let's-
is important
let-
for us. I don't want to be deciding when it turns on and off, but I want to have the information.
I agree with Amanda. We should have an agenda item
Okay.
that we can talk about the current and future status of the,
I'll have
plant.
Maudie see if she's available to come.
That would be great. I want to know how do we know when to turn it on and off?
You set the agenda, set it in there.
Sure. I'll set it in there.
And don't you want to have that
I'll set it
policy
in there.
discussion about the employees?
I'd like to have a policy discussion.
On employees. Sure, you know, we're going to be up and running by then. We should be able to start doing that stuff. To speak openly, rather than, I don't even think, we can't even do it in closed session. Let's have a policy discussion on employee, standardized employee contracts, something like that. Do you have a problem with that?
I think there's a broader we might want to discuss the PP&Rs because anyway, yeah, we can put whatever you want in the general.
And just so that we
Yeah.
can discuss it, so that in case the board is
Yeah.
new, the new board can be able to do something in the following month. Yeah,
Also, we have the bylaws we need to be doing.
I know. As far as I'm
December.
concerned, the bylaws should be in December.
Can we please make sure that we don't miss it?
I will do what I can.
Do what you can.
I'll
Thank
do
you,
what I can.
Jim.
For that, meeting's adjourned. Oh, the meeting's adjourned to closed session.